Timachero. Colleagues, my name is McDonald Ramala. I'm from the Unisa College of Law, and today I'm going to be your program director. Colleagues that are outside, you may come into the hall so that we can begin. And then I hope that the colleagues that are online can hear me as well. So I'm going to ask that the speakers, in terms of our program, I have a soft copy of the program, should come and have a seat in front here. On my program, I have Dr. K. Marumo. Dr. K. Marumo, may you please come and have a seat so that when you speak, you can speak from. And then when you're done, Doc, and then you can have a seat. And then I also have Prof. Zetu Kagata. Prof, may you please come and have a seat. I also have Dr. A. Jochi. I also have Miss M. Moari Mazibugo. And then I also have Prof. W. Hoffman. And then lastly, Dr. C. Mabena. Thank you, colleagues. I think now we can start. And as I've mentioned before, colleagues, my name is McDonald, and I'm going to be your program director. Colleagues, you are at the Winnie Madikizela-Mandela building. I think when you came in, you saw that the lavatory facilities or the bathroom is on the other side. When you just get out, when you push the door out, and then it's on your left. And you find the gents, and then you also find the ladies. And then in case of any emergency, which I do not foresee any and do not want any, the security personnel will escort you to where we are supposed to assemble. And then in case of anyone that do not feel well, we have a clinic which is on the other side at the Gas van Vieren building, and the security personnel as well, including our colleagues, will also assist in that directory as well. Colleagues, are you okay? Are you well, colleagues? Thank you so much. So, colleagues, let me get to it and then ask my colleague, Dr. K. Marumo, to come and do the opening and welcome. May you please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang. Abushen. Let me greet you all, to our university management team. Even if they are not here, we are in their premises. To our wonderful presenters, some from outside the country, California, Netherlands, and our local presenters. To Mr. Ndlovu Malange from Public Service Commission, to our esteemed guests present and online who are with us today, to our elders and thought leaders, to our distinguished visionaries, thinkers, students, seekers of truth, our valued partners and colleagues. To those joining us visually from across the continent and beyond, on behalf of the library management team and the library staff, we welcome you. Colleagues, today is not just an event. It's a moment of reflection, a moment of reconnection, a moment to realign. Looking at the theme of these 2 days that will be here, it says, the rise of artificial intelligence versus African ancestral intelligence. And then it says a discussion. So it means, colleagues, today we are going to engage, we are going to talk, we are going to engage. We welcome you all to this discussion, not just as attendees, but as active participants in a conversation that spans centuries and decades, spirit and silicon, ancestors and algorithms. We are here today, colleagues, to discuss with the deep-rooted wisdom of artificial intelligence versus African and ancestral intelligence. We had to have this discussion because of the situation that we are facing as Unisa, as the country. We are living in an age where machines can think. Imagine machine thinking. But do they really, truly understand? Where data is abundant, but wisdom is rare. Where artificial intelligence is rising, but ancestral intelligence has never fallen. You know, like in winter, the leaves of the tree will fall, but the ancestral intelligence never falls. In a world where machines are learning faster than ever, let us not forget the wisdom that taught us to be human. As we stand here today, colleagues, we are at a very powerful crossroad. On the one path, we see the meteoric rise of artificial intelligence, a technology that promises speed, efficiency, and transformation. It is rewriting industry, shaking the university policies, repurposing the libraries, reshaping economics, and reimagining what it meant to be human. On the other part lies the enduring, unshakable foundation of African ancestral intelligence, a living legacy of communal wisdom, spiritual insight, ecological harmony, and a deep intuitive knowing passed down through generation. Today we are not just here, colleagues, to talk about the rise of AI. We are here to ask ourselves questions. Can the future truly thrive without the roots that ground us? Because before machine could think, our ancestors already knew. Before algorithms, there was intuition, storytelling, rituals, Ubuntu, and cosmic wisdom passed through generations. We all know when we grow up, we grew our grandmothers telling stories that today we use them in our lives to move on. But if we want to bridge this theme today, we must introduce a very deeper question which our presenters will share with us. But the real question before us is not which form of intelligence is more powerful than the other. There's no competition. But the real question is, can artificial intelligence evolve without losing our humanities? Can we embrace the future without forgetting the wisdom of the past? On a personal note and cultural anchor, I speak today not only as a witness of change, but as a child of the soil, a product of story told around the fires, of elders who carried more weight than any algorithm. I speak to those whose intelligence was never digitized. Our grandmothers and fathers, their intelligence were never digitized, but was felt. We lived with it, and we preserved it in the language, in the land and lineage. So as I set the tone for this discussion today, ladies and gentlemen, let this not just be a conversation about the machine, but a conversation about memory, meaning, and morality. Let this space honor both innovation and intuition, both the coder and the griot. Let us not explore what machine can do, but what we must remember. We are in a turning point where data meets spirit, where automation meets tradition, and where we must ask ourselves. Today we are going to ask ourselves lots of questions. What is intelligence really? What is it when we say intelligence? From African side, from the artificial, what is intelligence? Is it the speed of the supercomputer or the silence of an elder who says more in one proverb than 1,000 lines of code? Is it the efficiency of AI assistant or the empathy of our grandmothers who reads our heart before you can even speak? You know, our grandmothers used to look at you when you are a girl and they will tell you you are pregnant, and yourself not knowing that you are pregnant. Is that not ancestral intelligence? That's a question that our presenters will tell us. Let me also say this is not a debate between the old and the new. No, it's a call to harmonize the two. So today, let us set the tone boldly. Let us speak with the voice of the past and the vision of the future. Let us honor not only innovation, but also inheritance. As we open this conversation today, I invite you to bring your full selves, your mind, your memories, and your spirits. This is more than a speech, colleagues. We are going to reclaim and celebrate. Let us lead not only with our minds. As we open this chapter, let us know that we are going to talk about something that will unify us. Let us rise, but still be rooted and radiant. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to understand the core distinction. How do we link this to the theme, linking the statement to the theme, and have the questions that will be arising from the platform and the online. So as we begin, I ask you to open your mind again, but more importantly, to open your spirit, because in this room, we are not just debating technology. We are reclaiming narratives. We are not just welcoming the future. We are anchoring it in deep, sacred waters of where we come from. I welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. Let the conversation begin. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maruma, for your welcome, for the opening and welcome. Colleagues, as I was sitting down, I checked the meaning of the word artificial, because we are here today and then discussing, artificial intelligence, African or ancestral intelligence. Then when I checked artificial, then it said it's something that is not genuine. It's something that is not original. It's something that was created by humans. It's not natural. Hence, you hear of It features in many spheres: artificial insemination, artificial intelligence. So yeah, there's a lot that we can learn. And in fact, Dr. Marumo, when you talk about the elders, I have only one grandparent, but from her, I've learned a lot, because her intelligence doesn't come from the texts that even this beautiful university harbors. It's pure intelligence. And it's a pity that most of it, like on the African continent, it's not written down. But the intelligence is there. So thank you so much, Dr. Maroom. Colleagues, are you still okay? I also noticed from the colleagues online that there was a hand up. Has the issue been resolved? There was a hand up when we started from one colleague. Has the issue been resolved? Is the hand still there, or is it now gone? Is it still there? Prof. Maleka Femida, I see your hand is up. Your mic is on mute. Prof, your mic is on mute. If you're saying something, we can't hear you in the hall because your mic is muted. Maybe you can unmute. Okay, colleagues, then we will continue. Are you still okay, colleagues? Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm going to go on to our second speaker, and then I have her bio, which I'm going to read, and I hope it inspires many of you, especially some of you who are still scholars on this journey of knowledge. Prof. Zethu Kagata is our next speaker. And then Prof. Kagata currently works as a full professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of South Africa, this beautiful university. She has extensive experience in the field of research and has worked as both an academic and a researcher in several institutions, which includes the following: Statistics South Africa, the Department of Psychology at the University of Pretoria, Human Sciences Research Council, where she tackled reproductive health research unit, and at the University of the Western Cape. Prof. Zethu Kagata scholarship is in the field of African epistemologies and has produced work that advocates for the usage of indigenous languages for epistemic purposes. She has demonstrated this advocacy in publications such as The Place of Indigenous Languages in the New Curriculum, an African Psychology Case Study, and another one, Safely Nestled in isiXhosa, is the Psychology of a People, when ukucelwa, ukuzalwa becomes bride price. Spiritual meaning lost in translation. Ubugqirha, healing beyond the Western gaze. South Africa belongs to all who speak colonial languages. Childhood rooted in land. This work has earned her the Unisa Scholarship Award in 2022, Association for Black Psychologists Scholarship Award in 2019. Prof. Kagata has recently published books titled Still to be Named, an exploration of African epistemologies using Simpiwe Dana's selected works, and Azibuye Emasisweni, Reclaiming Our Space, Centering Our Knowledge. I cannot say more, colleagues. May we please welcome Prof. Kagata.
It's fine. Oh, okay, thank you. Uh, Dianibulisa nonke. I'm not sure if you can hear. Okay, thank you. Dianibulisa nonke, dumelang, abushen, good morning. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Whose Intelligence is Artificial Intelligence? I think first of all, I need to also observe protocol. Thank you so much to Dr. Maruma for having us here today. Thank you to Mr. Tsepo Constable for ensuring that he twists our arm to get us here. And thank you to you, colleagues and visitors to this beautiful university. As our program director has said, I hope you have perceived, you felt our beauty, because we are indeed beautiful. We stand on this mountain proudly, tasked with a huge responsibility of shaping futures in the service of humanity, making our role a very challenging one to shape futures, to serve humanity, to serve our society. So my title is Whose Intelligence is Artificial Intelligence, because we are invited here to speak on African intelligence as well as artificial intelligence. So I believe concepts belong to people, and who are those people? Of which land are they human? So to start with, as you know, I'm sure some of you in your journeys have encountered psychology in whatever form it has been. So psychology, amongst other things, is also very concerned about the concept of intelligence. And for centuries, it has been perceived from a Western perspective. We have, meaning that we have defined it, we have theorized about its application, we have used it using the lens of the West, even though we are in Africa. And that is true for other colonized people as well, whether they are in Australia, in New Zealand, in the Americas, and the soils of Asia and other parts of the world, where we have this singular definition of intelligence. So we must say that it has presented itself in problematic ways. We must also say that it has been a universalizing definition, as other definitions in Western academy, where we must look at things with only one view. We must look at concepts with only one lens, one understanding. We also need to say about intelligence that it has been a silencing tool, and a tool to silence other voices, other intelligences, other ways of understanding life, other ways of understanding the world. Also a racializing tool, because we know when we were colonized and our lands were invaded and were grabbed away from us while we are still in the locality, there was loads of attempts. They were successful in some respects, because here we are speaking English and living lives in certain ways. There was an aim to also racialize the concept of intelligence in order to turn us into laborers who work for nothing. To remember the Shepstein's tax is hard tax, stock tax, livestock tax. They have they are coined some. They have specific names, but that was a form of racializing that. In order for those who do heavy duty, it must be labeled as a less intelligent work, even though it's the most. It is intelligent, and it is the most challenging in ways, because from African psychologists, black psychologists such as Amos Wilson, intelligence means a lot of things, including the ability to solve the problems that are facing you in the environment, an ability to also navigate through life, an ability to be of contribution, of use, of healing to the society and to the community and to life around you. So it was racializing in that to this day, when you see an image of a laborer, there are certain thoughts that come to your mind about their intelligence. What could they be contributing? Remember Marikana, which was commemorated only last month. Remember the arguments that were arising during the year when it happened, where people were asking, how dare they demand 12,000 rands? Who are they? How have they earned that? So this is a form of racializing definitions, of silencing definitions that are brought to us. And unfortunately, we embrace it. So we are in a space of learning to question those things, because a school, universities, institutions of learning, and other forms of learning spaces actually carries a promise that it is where things will be defined, explained, and a possibility of how they should be put in practice. So we should question things that come to us, not receive them. So I'm trying here to explain the silencing, universalizing, and racializing strategies around the concept of intelligence. So as we know that, I think I've explained it. The concept came with the imposition of Western education, where it was used to define who is intelligent, who is not. Embedded in this concept were notions of including some while excluding others, and the pretense to include the excluded while it doesn't fully include you. We also grapple with that within the inclusion, but we know for sure who was deemed not to be intelligent. We know the Human Sciences Research Council at its inception, actually it worked around it's where psychology was heavily used for labor purposes, where there were intelligence tests that were used, and psychology, there's a field called psychometry, where they will test people. They would, in very derogative ways, they would even use the shape of people's heads, the size of their heads, to make a hypothesis about their brains, and therefore their depth of their intelligence. So all of those were done in order to exclude you from the full definition of human in general, but in particular, in order to segregate you and to put you in a corner where you will be doing certain types of tasks, such as doing heavy-duty work. You become a laborer. When you were used to being a landowner, defining their path. Indigenous conceptions of life, including the conception of what it means to be intelligent, were silenced, and a universal definition was thus imposed. So what it means to be intelligent to us include a lot of concepts. NgesiXhosa, ukuba nobuqu, which is an aspect of it, ukuhlakanipha, ukuqiqa, all of those, including wisdom of your people, including your ability to think on the spot, including the ability to apply law and order within the community. And all of those are embedded in the very concept I have mentioned, and they each could mean a variety of things. And also the notion that our Intelligence is all encompassing. It's an interconnection, like Dr. Dr. Maruma highlighted earlier, that our understanding of life is cosmological. It interconnects us, the seen, the unseen, and the galaxies, the natural, all of which we consider life, and we give equal respect. So being capable during the imposition of Western education was associated with the extent to which you have mastered the universalized understanding of the world. So you had to master books, you had to master the school. You had to do well in school for you to be considered intelligent, to get an acceptance at universities and other spaces considered to be higher learning. Yet to us, higher learning means something completely different, something deeply spiritual, as we know. So Steve Biko says about all of this: a trip to school entailed returning home with a distorted sense of self and distorted sense of home, which is the most painful thing when you grow up in your household, in your community, your neighborhood. You get a certain feeling of who you are as a person from your parents, who your parents are, the pride you carry. You carry iziduko zakho ngesizulu bathi zizithakazelo that give you that deep sense of who you are, the pride. And those things are still with us, because people might think I am thinking about things that happened way in the past. Those are the things we still revere and draw life from to this day. So as you know, that school will teach you something different about those things, as barbaric, as backwards, and all the other distorting names or insulting terms. And also about your home. So Steve Biko says that actually the opposite or the adverse role that school actually played, where even our languages, Ngugi wa Thiong'o speaks extensively on this. Our languages were made to represent a tool to communicate one's backwardness. So even to this day, you find a lot of people trying to speak our indigenous languages in very fancy ways, because they do not want to sound rural. They do not want to sound too closer for certain spaces. They are, because our languages are very deep, are very, what is the word? Singlindilili, the very, I don't even know how to translate that, but they have the depth that even a 6-year-old would sound like a grandmother when they speak our languages, and that we were made to hate and to fear and to associate with backwardness. Hence, people banned the languages a lot to this day, where I hear a lot of aunties from certain parts, I won't mention, sounding like babies, because they fear sounding too indigenous, because it's really not, it's considered not fashionable. And that is a psychological response. I'm not even trying to make jokes about it. It is a psychological response to these years of torture at school that were highlighted by both Steve Biko and Ngugi wa Thiong'o, amongst others. So there was a response to this imposition of the universal. So as I have said, since its imposition in the 1800s, when the first missionary schools were built in the Eastern Cape, Western education has not been received silently by indigenous people. Both ordinary people and those who went on to acquire this imposed system have questioned its tactics. I'm sure in our recent memory we have the fees must fall, which was not just the demand of a free or affordable education, but also a demand for a quality education that addresses the needs of our society currently. A quality education that is lensed from a point of view of the people the students we train are going to serve. That is the true meaning of being of service to humanity, because humanity has to be part and parcel of the skills that you acquire from us. And so this was dubbed an education not belonging to us. And at the fore of the resistance was the understanding that Western education was never designed with the interests of the colonized people in spirit and minds. It was in fact a tool to erase our deep knowing. So I'm rushing a bit because I'm cognizant of the time. So I move from an understanding that everyone has their conception of life and of intelligence, because intelligence is part of life. And I'm using that stroke there because we do not speak of life in fragments like Western psychology will tell you about the mind, the body, and the emotion in separation. But in our cosmic understanding, we believe in the interconnection of all the facets of life. So I have used and drawn heavily from the struggles of the past because they continue to be valid today. Western education thrives in making us grapple, or in making us a grappling people caught up in debates over definitions of concepts. So you find that you will go into retirement and look back and think that all I did was to agree or disagree with this and that theory without making meaningful contribution to the advancement of the society. I believe as African people, when we speak about imfundo, ukufunda, ufundile, uchubekile, ufundisekile, we speak of something more comprehensive, something when somebody comes into our space must be able to say those people are truly educated people because of how they live, the manner in which they deal with the challenges they face, also the quality of their lives, because we know there was a time when the quality of our lives as African people was very high, to an extent that people would be tired of being alive, meaning that they would have lived way after their hundreds. I know a lot of people in my family, great-grandparents, who were 95, 120, 198. So that was a norm, pointing to a quality of life that was truly quality. So I'm not going to go over this because it's everything I have said, that we have our unique epistemologies, ontologies, and axiologies. We have our ways of knowing, doing, and being in the world and perceiving the world. So this should inform any knowledge production. When you come to our schools, we're located in the continent of Africa, at the southern point of the continent. It should reflect that. Our books should reflect that. But it's not yet the case. We have been gradually moving to that direction of removing especially I'm using psychology just as a case in point here, where you find that they discuss all of these Western theories, and then just at the back pages of the chapter, you find just a little snippet of a cultural group in Africa. They will always say, is it the Kimba people of Namibia? And those people actually are speaking up now to say this is not even us. So we're trying to move away from that. But as we do move away from that, we are also navigating with the challenges of today, such as, remember, especially at the beginning of the lockdown, we were confronted with the concepts of a fourth industrial revolution and all of that. So as we were trying to ensure that we bring our voice into theory spaces, into epistemological spaces, we also had to navigate, also contend with the meaning of artificial intelligence. The program director actually has highlighted this slide because when we speak about things, we want to know what they mean. When things are said to be artificial, according to most dictionaries, they refer to things that do not occur naturally, as he said earlier, and they are designed and distributed by human beings. So these unnatural things are human-made, actually. So the question I wish to pose is, of which world are these human beings who design these artificial things? Because that means Professor Ramos always cautions us to think critically about all of these things that are presented as new now, because they are actually not new. And he directs us to numerous other avenues where this critical thinking could be achieved, such as the basic thing of looking at your laptop right now and you see this military language such as command, control, delete, and all of those things, that because those are instructions for actions to be taken. So meaning that there is a particular human being doing all of these things. The identity of that human being matters because you bring your identity to a knowledge space, you bring who you are. But what Western education has been successful in doing is to pretend that it is faceless, it has no identity, because it is universal, it represents everybody, and it silences. And then when you come as an African person to speak from a position of being African, you actually asked why you bring identity to this. And these things have always been, have always had an identity, and they have always had a culture. Like they have categories in humanities where things would be say it's African this, African that, African psychology, African philosophy. I'm sure they're going to have Black or African sociology and all of those other things, as if there is a universal psychology that speaks for all, and then there is this tiny room where psychology could be afforded to speak for Africans. I'm saying all of it is in fact cultural. It is cultural psychology. All of it speaks for from a person, a theorist, or from a people who are of a specific locality, a specific indigenous group. So we must ask, there are numerous ways to look at these tools that are presented to us in the name of artificial intelligence. Some of them are useful because right now we know that we interact with the library in ways that we never did before, like things like getting a book from a library at Harvard in Washington, D.C., the United States. It would take something like 6 months in the past, but now we can, in a matter of a click, you'll access it. So we appreciate that. It helps. So there are sides to it that are really helpful, and they help us navigate the demands of our jobs better. But we still need to understand them as tools. We still need to understand them. You are accessing a book that has knowledge, meaning that somebody would have written that book and the demands of producing knowledge would have applied to that person. You still have to produce content, not in the sense of today, but content of whatever field you are that is well researched, is well thought of, represents the people, helps the people, help the society, which is the bottom line, to navigate life better. So you still need to do the actual work. We also need to ensure that the work of training thinkers and humans with empathy remains, because that is what is important today. I think I'm going to close with this slide that as we interact with the concept of artificial intelligence and the technology revolutions as instruments that are designed by humans to make our lives easy. So if we can see them as mere tools, not something that is going to replace our thinking capabilities, we need still to have to think. So my own father was born in 1943. He worked as a teacher and a school principal. And I'm amazed to this day the amount of knowledge he's able to recall at a click of a finger without consulting Google. And what has happened to us when people who started with Google, now it has morphed into something else or various other things, is that it affects your memory, the way you do the storing of information and recalling information. Your brain has become lazy. I'm sure some of us can't even recall the 10-digit cell phone number of up to 5 people, because now it has made it so easy that even our brains are not attuned to working, to just doing basic tasks. So we need to make sure certain things we do not lose. And that could happen when we think critically about our teaching strategies, what we teach. I believe that through certain teaching strategies, it would be impossible to get AI to make an assignment for you, because you came to school to acquire those skills, came to school to acquire thinking skills, critical thinking skills, writing skills, and the skills to recall the information and to apply it critically, not to recall, to regurgitate, but to apply it critically to real life situations. So if we factor those in, where it is truly impossible not to draw from self when you are faced with a task maybe of completing an assignment, because all of this, it's called intelligence. I'm not even sure if it is that intelligent, because you would really think it's doing things for you, but it is exposing you. It is easy for the next person to see, actually, this is not from you, it is from a computer. Just from the first sentence, you can easily pick that up. So all I want to leave you with today is that we need, as universities, to remember that we have a task of molding the future for humanity. We live in an era of waning humane interactions. People no longer know how to speak respectfully with one another. People no longer know the basic etiquette, the things you were taught, which are very critical from home. Please and thank you. And the greetings, like just a few weeks ago, somebody, I remember, was going to the parking lot, and I passed 2 people and who were not even bothered to greet. And greetings and the humanness of our interactions are very important. And as somebody walking behind me even was exclaiming, "Bato Gankini, Gary, we're not at Unisa. Don't people greet anymore?" Which is this waning humanness that we should all be worried about. Where are we going to be? And also the usage of unsavory language that has been made naturally, because we no longer look at one another in the eye when we interact. It has been normalized, so we cannot transfer the task of molding for humanity to machines. We still need to be responsible, humane beings in the world. Thank you very much, and I wish to also say that there is a need to look at things for what they truly are, and not what we are told they are. Things such as the technological revolutions and artificial intelligence, if we look at them as what they truly are and how they can help us be better humans, then it is well and good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof. Gagata. No, that was very eye-opening and mind-opening as well. Colleagues, at this stage, I want to acknowledge the presence of Professor Matole Mochega from the Kara Heritage Institute. And then he is acknowledged because he is one of our presenters tomorrow. Mlozi, Tobe. And then, as Prof. Gagata was also busy, Ms. Moari Mazibugo also walked in. You also welcome. Sure, thanks, colleagues. I'm really learning a lot. And then, when you look at the topic of today, artificial intelligence, African intelligence versus African intelligence. When you look at the context itself, context matters. In one context of artificial intelligence, you have people making things, should I say, in their own image, because I know that this image, it belongs to the creator. So if I create something, do I have the right to say I created this in my image? Do I have an image since I myself have the creator? That is the context. So now you come to the African context. In the African context, we cannot do anything without the land. You can't create any form of intelligence without the land. And why am I saying so, colleagues? I'm saying so because African intelligence or ancestral intelligence, first, it acknowledges the ancestors, those that have passed on. Then it acknowledges us in this image. Then it also acknowledges those that are yet to be born. So it's in three phases. And for all of this to happen, the land is central. Those that have gone, what do we do? The land that we walk on today will tomorrow be our blanket, will tomorrow be our roof. And then coming back to the law, because I'm from the College of Law, I find many discrepancies, colleagues, because what Prof. Gagata was mentioning, and then she's speaking from a psychological element, it also links into the law as well. In all the courts of law in South Africa, I've seen an expert witness as a psychologist, as a social worker, as a forensic expert, as a ballistic something, all these beautiful terms. But I've never seen a sangoma, I've never seen ngaka testifying as a witness in a court of law. I do not. I was born in the 90s. I've never seen. I don't know, maybe you can tell me that. No, I once went to court and then there was a ngaka, there was a herbalist, there was a traditional healer testifying as an expert witness. I have never seen it. In fact, if that happens, it will be a game changer. But I don't see it happening. You know why? It goes back to what Prof. Gagata was saying. We look down on our own intelligence. In my whole life, I've never seen a Western doctor that could heal Kowana or Sebedu Bedu, Ketlan. I've never seen a Western doctor to do that. I don't know, maybe you colleagues are more knowledgeable than me. I've never. But I know of an elder in the village where we take the children. So thank you so much, Prof. Gagata, for opening our minds. And I know that the colleagues are also learning. And I ask that, Prof, these beautiful presentations, be shared with these colleagues and then be uploaded so that the learning can continue. Colleagues, are we still okay? Thank you very much. Let's move on, colleagues. Colleagues, now we will move on to Dr. Anisha Jochi. So this colleague of mine, I'm going to read her bio. Dr. Anisha Jochi holds the following qualifications, and they are many. So I'm going to read them because those are the powers vested in me today. She holds the Baccalaureus Legum, which is the LLB from the University of Pretoria. She has a master's degree, also called the LLM, in corporate law from this beautiful university of ours, University of the Land. She holds a PhD in the philosophy of law, also from this beautiful university of ours. She also has an advanced diploma in international taxation from the Thomas Jefferson School of Law. She also holds a certificate in compliance law from the University of Johannesburg. She also holds she's also a certified and a trained mediator and arbitrator through the Arbitration Foundation of South Africa and University of Pretoria. In brief, Dr. Jochi is an admitted attorney since 2003 and a notary public since 2007 in South Africa. She's also admitted as an attorney in England and Wales since 2008. She commenced practice in a private law firm as an attorney from 2004 and resigned as a partner in 2015. She joined Unisa in 2015 as a legal advisor in the legal services, where they tackle commercial and IP law department, which position administration law, public procurement law, local government law, higher education law, tax law, risk and compliance, due diligence, investigations, and general commercial litigation. In terms of her membership of various societies, she's a member of the Legal Practice Council of South Africa. She's also the member of the Solicitors Regulation Authority of England and Wales. She's also a disciplinary investigation and fees committee member for the Legal Practice Council of South Africa. May we please welcome Dr. Jochi.
Morning, colleagues. Morning. I stand on the protocols of the previous speakers, and I wish to extend my very heartfelt thanks to the library and the colleagues in the library for extending me this honor and opportunity to speak to you about a not so glamorous topic, and that's AI and copyright law. Colleagues, I think we also understand why we are here today. We're dealing with a sector and an area of technology that is quite advanced and quite new to many of us. I'm going to present on the issue of copyright, not so much in terms of providing perhaps answers in terms of where we're going with AI and the laws and the legal systems. I think we need to understand that this is a very new area of law. Perhaps not too long ago, and perhaps a few decades ago, we were still dealing with the advent of the introduction of simple AI. And when I talk about simple AI, I mean AI in the context of the ability to perform mundane tasks and where AI was used more of as a tool and a guiding, platform to perform everyday tasks. Not too long ago, we were dealing with that type of AI, but since then, we've come a long way. We're now dealing with generative AI that has ability to create its own set of content and its own set of originality of work, so to speak. And so this faces and introduces a novel set of problems and challenges, because what we once deemed to be original works from natural persons, from natural creators, is now something that has to a certain extent been outsourced to AI. So when we talk about AI, we need to understand that there are a number of nuances involved. We have this ability to use tools that make life easier for us, but we don't understand the implications of that, and particularly when it comes to protection of legal rights. We have to find an ideal medium. As our previous speaker, Dr. Marumo, said, AI, artificial intelligence and human intelligence should not be seen as competing interests. It should be seen as a way in which we can use these two types of intelligence to create a better platform and a better landscape for human beings. We should see it as a way where innovation should not be stifled, but at the same time, we should not forget the originality of artists and authors. So we should find a happy medium in which these two worlds coincide. And to do so, we need to start thinking of the challenges, the implications. And I think for us as lawyers, it's where we have to thrive and to determine what are the best frameworks and the best legal systems that we can put forward in terms of protecting innovation, but also protecting our original creators and authors. I think when we look at the old case law, and there was a case law called Haupt Soft Copy versus Brewer's Marketing Intelligence, where they perhaps saw in hindsight this need to adapt our copyright laws and our IP laws to introduce some form of computer intelligence. And whilst they may not have been so elaborate in terms of what we've seen thus far, this case law is a 2006 case law. So well before the advent of ChatGPT and Gemini and all your AI platforms, the case found to include databases and computer databases as a way to include AI created works and algorithms. So when we speak of AI, we are talking about programming, right? We are talking about the ability to assemble data and to train AI on those data modules. So as we move along, we now know that South African copyright protection could theoretically be applied to content created independently by AI, because our case law going back has suggested that. It has included databases as a means to include AI creations, where AI is generally seen as something that is separate. However, our legislation, and not just our legislation, I think internationally, the legal norms really fall short of what can be protected when we deal with AI. So the fundamental aspect of AI and AI protection, and or rather copyright protection, in terms of its original intended form, was that it was enforced as a matter of ownership and authorship. In other words, we envisage that the ownership and authorship is that of original works. As our program director has indicated, the definition of artificial is something that lacks originality. And this was never envisaged when we looked at the definition of copyright. Our old norms and legal systems that still prevail today view copyright enforcement as a matter of original ownership, which artificial intelligence falls short of. So the problem that is created is that if the owner of an AI program elects to program and create content that could be seen as a derivative offshoot of programming, then that should be viewed as belonging to that owner, because it's relying on programming based on the use of AI as a tool. But then again, on the other hand, if AI learns from its own environment, as we've seen it happening today, where it has this ability to train on data sets, albeit that it's data sets provided by human beings, it's creating and starting to think on its own, and that's where the problem arises. We need to start looking at ownership in terms of self-generated AI content. If some form of legal status is ultimately created for AI, there may be potentially a time when AI itself can claim some form of ownership and over IP created by that AI platform. But we're actually a long way from that. At the moment, the legal prescripts, even in terms of copyright law, only recognizes natural human beings or juristic persons as creators of owners of AI content. So AI itself, under the pure definition of copyright, cannot be afforded those rights which are afforded by law to human authors and content creators, or juristic persons for that matter. In the interim, the current legal regime does not contemplate or address this issue, and hence I'm saying that we need to start thinking around how we're going to develop the legal regimes. There's no answers at the moment. We are learning as we go along, as we move along in terms of using these AI platforms. And broadly, we can see the legal system starting to debate these issues through the ventilation of our courts. And not just in South Africa, but globally. The only interpretation that makes sense in these circumstances, where IP is created by AI outside of the scope of initial programming, is that the intellectual property must be owned by a natural or legal persons. That norm that we've lived by should be reinforced with understanding how we can then harmonize the legal systems under AI. Because ultimately, AI still relies upon and trains on data sets of original human creation. So moving on, I think the issue of ownership actually becomes even more nuanced when one considers the current AI platforms such as ChatGPT, Gemini, Harvey AI, all of these platforms which can be used to recreate new content or existing content. We need to understand that when we're dealing with what makes this complicated in terms of AI is that there are various stakeholders involved in this environment of AI. So it makes ownership and the debate of where ownership lies also even more complicated. Does ownership vest in the person who told AI what to do? In other words, the user of AI who prompts and creates prompts to find an outcome or solution through the use of AI platforms, or does it lie with the original creators of the AI? In other words, the platform of the designer or the programmer that created this platform in the first instance. Where does ownership lie? Who ultimately owns the end product of it? The creators of this AI platform, or the end user who by its own unique way creates prompts for AI that generates a different output? So you can already see this is more complicated than when we envisaged, especially when we're dealing with the issue of ownership. So when we as lawyers, we don't have the answers, we always look to legal jurisprudence and case precedents, because that's really where we find application and where, novel technology is always tested. It's tested through the courts. So some of the South African courts have provided guidelines on which the author should be, on who the author should be when computer work is generated through AI. And the courts have gone through quite an extent of making a clear distinction, particularly if I refer to the case law of Payen Components SA Limited versus Bovik CC and others. And this is a Supreme Court of Appeal decision where the court made a distinction between the two types of ownerships and works and the two types of works created by AI. So you have the computer-assisted works, where the computer or AI platform is really used as a tool, purely as a tool, and a vehicle to assist the artist or the author, who under ordinary circumstances would be the original author. So the author in this instance, or the artist, is really using AI as a guide and as a tool. But the originality of those works remain with the author, even though they're using computer-assisted technology. But then we get computer-generated AI, where there's no human intervention involved, where AI creates significant algorithms and data sets, which then creates a new content. This AI, computer-generated AI works, is created entirely from an AI platform. And so the ownership in terms of that could be argued to vest in the programmer or the designer. Interestingly enough, and I think when one looks at how this law is developing, we also look to, for example, the United States, who is quite the leader in technology. And there's been two interesting cases, very recent, that have come through in terms of, authors challenging two AI platforms companies called Meta, which we know as Facebook, and Anthropic. These two companies are AI platforms, and they were sued by various authors in terms of copyright infringement of their original literature and books. The courts interestingly found in favor of the AI platform companies, Meta and Anthropic, purely on the basis that they found that these companies were not creating original content by using, these literature of original works, but that they were merely using the content to train the data sets or to train the AI platform. So one has to also have regard to the fact is the purpose and the outcomes of what we achieve in terms of AI platforms. In this case, it was not commercialized for use of creating content, but more in terms of training the AI modules. So what we can deduce is that computer-generated works must be created with little to no human intervention for you to accord any ownership to the original programmers and the original artists, the original designers of that platform. So it would therefore be inconvenient and misleading to treat the programmer in all cases as the owner of the copyright in the new works, which his program produces, because one has to look at the purpose and for the design. So the upshoot of this for end users of generative AI is, at least under the South African Copyright Act and case law, is that the more detailed the input they provide, the more likely they, instead of the owners of the AI platform, would be considered the authors of the copyright works as so produced. So the more the end user has participated in this creation of this content, the more likely it is that the courts will find that that owner, the authorship of those AI created work, will vest in the user, the end user, and not the creator or designer of that AI platform. So it goes back to what we said under copyright. To protect copyright, one must show originality. And fundamentally, it means that to be copied from a source of an author who has provided input, skill, and expertise, the so-called sweat of the brow test. So we always revert back to the originality of the work, even in the context of using AI as a platform. But one must also bear in mind that when we use these already generated platforms, we have to consider that original ownership of that platform still vests in the original designer or programmer. And with that comes the various terms and conditions. So when you use ChatGPT, you would find that you have to accept certain terms and conditions of use. And you'd find that terms and conditions governs the question of ownership. In some of these cases, such as Gemini and in the case of Meta, ownership is not automatically assigned to the end users. It remains with the owners of that platform. So ultimately, one has to have regard to the terms and conditions of use as well. As I spoke earlier on, we are learning from the case law as it's generated through the various legal systems of different countries. And I've also looked at China, which is also another leading country in technology innovation. So there's not too long ago, a 2023 landmark decision by China's Beijing Internet Court, who considered the copyrightability of AI generated images in Li versus Liu. I don't know about the pronunciation, sorry about that. My Mandarin falls short. Which is likely to influence global conversations about the intersection of technology and IP. In this case, the plaintiff, who was the creator of an image using the AI software Stable Diffusion, had sued the defendant, Mrs. Liu, for using the image that he created through AI-assisted platforms without his permission. The plaintiff's creative process involved a detailed input of prompts to generate that specific image. So in other words, there was some kind of originality involved in it, in terms of the prompts he used to create that image. Which he then posted online. So he posted that image online, and this is a result of use that was created by the defendant in this case. And the defendant's unauthorized use of this image, removing the original watermark, led to the plaintiff suing her in the first instance. Now, the court in this decision focused on the interpretation of whether the term works in the People's Republic of China copyright law, acknowledged that intellectual effort involved by the plaintiff in creating an AI-generated work or image is protectable because it was something that was created through his own prompts, through his own originality. The court deemed that the plaintiff's process that entailed an amalgamation, and I quote, an amalgamation of conceiving the image, choosing and arranging prompt words, setting parameters, and selecting the final output as an intellectual achievement. So all that effort on part of the plaintiff into creating that image, albeit through AI platforms, was considered an intellectual achievement worthy of protection. So what have we learned from this Beijing ruling? It affirms that AI-generated works can be copyrighted if they involve significant intellectual effort from the creator. Very important. This reinforces the notion that creativity, regardless of the medium, deserves legal protection that it offers. It provides a compelling precedent that underscores the critical role of human intellect in the creation of AI-generated works, a principle that aligns well with our South African copyright law. It offers a template for how such cases might be approached, balancing the rights of creators with the realities of new technology. I'm almost done, Program Director. For all work to be protected by copyright, in conclusion, for all work to be protected by copyright, it must show originality in some form or the other, which fundamentally means it reflects the author's individual effort, skill, and creative input, even though AI is used as the tool of preference. Specifically, when authors use generative AI to create something, they must demonstrate that the AI's output is a manifestation of their own ideas and creative direction. Originality does not require the work to be novel or unprecedented. Instead, it hinges on the author's unique contribution of skill, effort, and judgment. The more detailed the input of the human, the more likely that they instead of the owners of the AI platform would be considered the authors of the copyrightable work produced. So how do we move forward for now in the absence of this uncertainty? And I think there are a couple of points, 4 points, which I think is vital to consider and is recommended when you decide to use AI as a platform. I think the first is to review AI platform terms and conditions before using AI-generated content. So be careful when you use ChatGPT and other similar platforms. Look at the terms and conditions of the owners of those platforms, whether they are assigning those rights to you in terms of the ultimate outputs you create, or whether that rights remain vested in them. Secondly, disclose that AI was used in the creation of the content. So many of our academics have already been doing that. and in terms of the research, make sure that you acknowledge that AI is the source, and that's the safest option. Check for accuracy and bias when using it. In fact, our recent courts have tested this notion of accuracy and have had scathing judgments against lawyers who have used AI to cite case law. The lawyers, unfortunately, didn't do a fact check of their own. AI then provided case law which was not real and which didn't exist. And those lawyers had then relied, without doing that fact checking, had went to court relying on these cases. And it was found to not even be in existence. So it's very important to fact check in terms of accuracy, but also in terms of the biasness that AI tends to generate because of specific data that it's been trained on. And lastly, consider AI policies and frameworks. More and more, I've seen more organizations, and you would find this now more prevalent in applying and implementing AI policies and frameworks. This, for the interim, can be used to navigate this challenging time in terms of using AI as a platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jochi, for such an important eye-opening presentation on intellectual property rights, IP in short. Colleagues, she mentioned something very, very important. She mentioned that artificial intelligence thrives on the data that we create. Funny thing, colleagues, even like now, I'm holding this. This is artificial intelligence. It listens to whether or not I do whatever setting. It listens to all the stuff that I talk about, including with my spouse. It listens in. No, that is the truth. It listens, because now if I start complaining about, oh, my tires are old, all of a sudden, all the advertisements that I'm going to see on this device are going to be about the places where I can get tires. And then some of you who earn very well, I'm sure are doing wealthy, you wear these watches. Then they have access to your blood flow and what you are missing. Look at behind the watches, there's two lights. The thing is, when we talk about AI, we don't have to go very far. There's two lights, and then the lights are connected to your skin. Your heartbeat, it can tell you today you took this many steps. Your blood is this way and this way. That is AI. So it already knows. So even if you are ill, or maybe you're about to, I don't know, whatever happens, that thing knows. Even if you fall down, there's even a watch, when you fall down, it calls, it's in the United States, when the elderly, when they fall down, it dials the 911. It's a pity that in South Africa, the 10111 is not connected to the watches. But that is AI, colleagues. It's always listening. We walk, when you get in your vehicle, and then you type, as soon as you get in, you start the key. It asks you, are you going home? It knows where you stay. It gives you the address. That is AI. And I remember, like when I started working at Unisa, I used to drive this old car that my parents gave me. And then when things, were better, then I bought this car. But it was still an old car. So I remember when it was raining, then the wipers automatically went on. Then I ducked because I was... yeah. And I nearly, caused trouble because I was used to, but that was AI, because it's programmed to say that when it rains, it will automatically do its thing. That's how it's coded. And then, Dr. Jochi, what you're saying is very much important. And then when we come onto the ancestral intelligence or African intelligence, we were not so much hell-bent on intellectual property rights. For example, no one has got an intellectual property rights over Ropasa, Mopaso, to, appease the ancestors. I've never met anyone that says, yeah, I've got an intellectual property rights on this. But then when you cross over and you go into the religion, we find that the holy book, it has got intellectual property rights, Dr. Jochi, and they are in London. They are vested in London. So you cannot do much because those intellectual property rights are protected, and you can get in trouble as soon as you mess with that. So within the African context, we don't have issues of intellectual property rights. If they find me talking to my ancestors, putting the snuff or the traditional beer on the ground, no one can say, yeah, I'm going to sue you, McDonald, because this is my intellectual property right. Therefore, I'll take you to court. There's no such. So I think scholars that are here, look into those. From this presentation by Prof. Kagata and then Dr. Jochi as well, look into those nitty-gritties, the psychology behind this, and also these things of wanting to own things. Colleagues, do you know that song, The Lion King? You know that one. It started a long time ago. Go look at it. I like reading. I like reading so that I can understand. That song, the intellectual property rights have been sold somewhere else. Then the original creators, I think, were paid, it wasn't more than 300,000 for that song. It has been recorded many times. Yes, colleagues, look at it. Go check. Go check. So you will see that this issue of intellectual property rights is actually very serious. So colleagues, I will move on to Ms. Makgofe Moari Mazibuko. They gave me a very long bio, but then as I was reading it, then I realized that there's also the short version of it. So by the powers vested in me by the University of South Africa and by extension, the Library of the University of the Land, I'm going to focus on the short bio. Colleagues, let me see here. Ms. Makgofe Moari Mazibuko. Let me see. Yeah, my eyes are not AI, colleagues. This is real. This is real. So I'm gonna have to zoom in. Yes, and that's also an excuse. Colleagues, Ms. Makgofe Moari Mazibuko was born in Phalaborwa, Limpopo. She is a South African actress, presenter, model, and a philanthropist with over 2 decades in the entertainment industry. She is best known for her role as Charity Ramabu in the popular drama series Skeem Saam, and has also featured in Mobango, 90 Plain Street, and 2020 Orlando East. Beyond the screen, Makgofe is deeply committed to community upliftment. She co-owns CellMark, a healthcare facility promoting holistic healing, and produces the talk show In the Spotlight with Makgofe. A proud mother of 4, she continues to inspire through her artistry, philanthropy, and resilience. Colleagues, may we welcome Ms. Makgofe Moari Mazibuko onto the podium.
Good morning, my fellow brothers and sisters, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, and bright minds of the University of South Africa. I hear that you read just a snippet of what you sent, but I would like to clarify a few things because a lot has changed. I have since pivoted in my career. In as much as I love the entertainment space, I'm also now going into the aviation space and the automotive space. The ancestors have been good. My speech today is titled Echoes of the Ancestors, Weaving Ancient African Wisdom with the Synergy of Humans and Artificial Intelligence. I stand before you today, not merely as a speaker, but as a vessel, a South African child of the soil, guided by the whispers of the ancestors and the divine spirit that flows through our veins like the mighty Limpopo River. I thank God and our ancestors for this moment, where we gather under the vast African sky to weave the threads of our ancient heritage with the shimmering possibilities of tomorrow. In the heart of our beloved Mzansi, where the red earth holds the bones of our forebears, lies a profound truth. Our ancestors were not just survivors. They were master innovators, custodians of an ancient technology that pulsed with the rhythm of the universe. Pause for a moment and envision the Sand People, our First Nations who etched the stars onto cave walls in the Drakensberg, mapping constellations long before telescopes pierced the night. Their rock art was no mere drawing. It was a cosmic blueprint, a spiritual algorithm decoding the movements of the heavens to guide hunts, seasons, and rituals. These were not random strokes. They were deliberate encodings of knowledge, passed down through generations in oral traditions and sacred dances, where the body itself became a vessel for data transmission. Consider too the iron smelters of ancient Mapubungwe, forging tools from the earth's womb with fire and incantation, blending metallurgy with invocations to the spirits for strength and purity. This was technology born of synergy with nature, infused with the spirit that animates all things. Our proverbs echo this wisdom. A person is a person through other people. Mutu ke mutu ka batho. A reminder that true innovation arises not in isolation, but in communal harmony, where human ingenuity dances with the unseen forces of the ancestors. In the villages of our past, knowledge was not hoarded in silos, but shared around the fire, where elders imparted lessons on herbal remedies, ancient biotechnology that healed not just the body, but the soul, restoring balance to the individual and the community. These ancient technologies were spirit-led, grounded in a worldview that saw no separation between the material and the metaphysical. The Sangomas and Inyangas, our traditional healers, would enter trance states, communing with the ancestors through dreams and divinations. They blended empirical observation with spiritual insight, using bones thrown like random number generators to reveal patterns invisible to the untrained eye. This was predictive analytics before algorithms, a form of intelligence that anticipated drought, conflicts, and bounties by reading the signs of the wind, the flights of birds, and the cracks in the earth. Our ancestors understood that technology without spirit is barren. It withers like a rootless tree. They taught us that every invention must serve the greater good, honoring the interconnected web of life, Ubuntu in action. Yet, as we stand on the cusp of a new era, we face a profound intersection: the rise of artificial intelligence, a creation of human minds that mirrors the ingenuity of our ancient forebears. Artificial intelligence is like a digital drumbeat, echoing across the globe, processing vast oceans of data at speeds our physical bodies could never match. It learns patterns, predicts speed. It learns patterns, predicts outcomes, and even creates art, much like the rhythmic beats of our ancestral drums, conveying messages across valleys. But hear me, my friends, artificial intelligence alone is a tool without soul, a blade without a handle. It lacks the ancestral spirit that infuses purpose and ethics into every action. Without guidance, it risks amplifying the shadows of our history, the divisions sown by colonialism, the inequalities that still scar our land. Our South African heritage teaches us that technology must be spirit-led, lest it become a hollow echo. Remember the great Zimbabwe, where stone walls rose not through brute force, but through communal vision, aligned with celestial events and spiritual rites. Or the oral historians of the Griqua and Xhosa people who preserved genealogies as living databases, ensuring that wisdom evolved with each telling. In this light, artificial intelligence becomes not a threat, but a potential ally, a modern extension of our ancestral tools. Imagine the synergy. Humans and artificial intelligence working hand in hand like elders and initiates in a sacred rite. Let us delve deeper into this union. In agriculture, our ancestors read the soil's whispers to plant maize under the guidance of rain spirits. Artificial intelligence can now analyze satellite imagery, weather patterns, and soil data with precision. But it is we, the spirit-led, who must infuse it with Ubuntu, ensuring it serves smallholder farmers in rural Limpopo, not just ensuring that it served smallholder farmers in rural Limpopo, not just corporate giants. Picture a system where artificial intelligence predicts crop yields, but ancestral wisdom tempers it, reminding us to rotate fields in harmony with the land cycles, to offer thanks through rituals that bind community. This is not mere efficiency, it is sacred stewardship, preventing the famines our forebears endured by blending data with devotion. In medication, the parallels are even more poignant. Our traditional healers use plants like aloe and hoodia as remedies, drawing from a pharmacopoeia tested over millennia. Today, artificial intelligence deciphers genetic codes and simulates drug interactions like an ancient oracle unveiling hidden truth. Yet it is our healers' spiritual discernment that guides its application, honoring the holistic well-being that treats the body, mind, and spirit as one. Envision artificial intelligence-assisted diagnostics in township clinics, where algorithms flag diseases, but sangomas interpret the emotional undercurrent addressing trauma from apartheid's wounds. This synergy could heal generations, turning data into deliverance, but only if we anchor it in empathy, the ancestral gift of seeing the humanity in every soul. Even in education, here at Unisa, a beacon of accessible knowledge, artificial intelligence can personalize learning paths, adapting to each student's rhythm like a storyteller tailoring tales to the listener. But it is the ancestral fire in our souls, the unquenchable thirst for knowledge from the scholars of Timbuktu or the builders of Mapugumbe, that ensures it uplifts the marginalized. Imagine visual tutors infused with our oral traditions, teaching history not as a dry facts, but as living stories that connect youth to their roots. This is how we bridge divide, fostering a generation that honors the past while innovating the future. But let us not romanticize this. This synergy demands vigilance. Our history is rife with technologies misused, like misused guns, and railways that colonized our land. Algorithms today that perpetuate bias if unchecked. The ancestors warn us through dreams and proverbs. The river that forgets its source dries up. We must guide artificial intelligence with ethical flows drawn from our traditions, respect for elders, communal sharing, and reverence for the land. Envision ethics committees blending artificial intelligence developers with traditional leaders, where code is reviewed not just for bugs, but for spiritual alignment. Does it promote harmony? Does it honor the dead? These questions, rooted in our heritage, could make South Africa a global leader in responsible artificial intelligence, exporting not just minerals, but moral wisdom. As we ponder this, consider the deeper philosophical layers. Our ancestors viewed the world as animated by spirit. Every rock, river, and star alive with purpose. Artificial intelligence in its neural networks mimics the brain synapses but lacks consciousness. What if we, through synergy, awaken a collective intelligence? Not sentient machines, but a global mind where human intuition and artificial intelligence computation intertwine, solving crises like climate change. In the Kalahari, the sand tracked animals by footprints. Today, artificial intelligence tracks carbon footprints. United, they could restore our ecosystems, guided by indigenous knowledge that sees nature as kin. This is a spiritual imperative, my friends. Our ancestors call us to it. Their voices in the wind urging us to harness artificial intelligence as an extension of our collective spirit. Just as they used fire not to destroy, but to forge and illuminate. We must wield artificial intelligence to align paths out of poverty, inequality, and despair. Let us not fear this new technology. Instead, let us invite it into our circle, like welcoming a new initiate into the tribe, teaching it the ways of harmony. For in this union, we honor the past while birthing a future where South Africa rises, not through might, but through spiritual depth. Pause now. Feel the weight of this calling. It is heavy. Imagine your own ancestors. Perhaps a miner from the Witwatersrand, a warrior from Esandlwana, or a weaver from the Eastern Cape, whispering guidance. What would they say about this digital age? They would remind us that true power lies in connection, in the threads that bind us across time and space. As we embrace artificial intelligence, let us do so with open hearts, ensuring it amplifies our humanity, not diminishing it. In the quiet moments after this gathering, may these thoughts linger like the scent of rain on parched earth. May they touch your souls, stirring reflections on your own role in this grand tapestry. For we are not passive observers. We are co-creators, spirit-led architects of tomorrow. As I conclude, let us listen to the wind, carrying the voices of our ancestors. We will walk together. Like the Harib River, which is sacred to the Khoisan people, like the Umtlatunzi River, where Queen Nandi of the Zulus basked in the sun before Princess Agakhona explored her beauty. I am a reflection of the Rain Queen, Mojaji of the Balobedu people. A proud African child born in Azania, whose roots are as deep as the baobab trees in Limpopo, preciously guarded by the lions, giraffes, rhinos, leopards, and elephants. May we, the guardians of this land, embrace the synergy of human wisdom and artificial intelligence, forging a path illuminated by ancient stars and digital light. Ke a leboga. Ngiyabonga. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Miss Magofe Moari Mazibugu. I think my work is very simple because I just have to call people and then they come and then they give you, this beautiful knowledge. And then thank you so much because there's a thread in terms of what has been shared here. There's a beautiful thread in terms of what has been shared here. And then within the space of colleagues, I think by now we are so much used to things that are artificial that we don't even recognize it. Let me make an example. Not so long ago at home, we slaughtered. The smell of natural beef and the one that you buy at a shop somewhere are not the same. But because of the kind of society that we find ourselves in, because my children were saying, no, I don't want this beef. It is smelly. Yeah, even some of the elders in my family were saying, no, this meat is smelly. We want this one. But then we know that when you've eaten real beef, as soon as you walk in through that door, we are supposed to, I don't know what we call there, Dr. Mabena. I'm sure there must be a word for that smell because it's authentic. As soon as when you're going to meet that person, you know that no, that they slaughtered and then they ate. Even if it's lamb, it's goat, we hear the smell. So we are so much used to things that are artificial that we don't even recognize it. And then we are fine with the fact that even the food that we eat, it's artificial and we don't even recognize it. I was on the N1 the other day, then I saw this truck. They sell chicken. Then they say 0% water. Then I said, huh? 0% water. It means this water that they use, is it the same water that... Then I start having questions. Then it means it's artificial. Then I remember with my grandmother, every time we were plowing at home, when she was the seeds, she wasn't just planting them from her hand. She put them in her mouth. Whatever seed, she put it in her mouth, and then she does something like... Later on in life as a scholar, I like reading, colleagues. I read about DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. When you plant the seed that has been in your mouth, that plant is able to read your DNA. It's able to identify the things that you lack. If I lack iron, the plant that is going to grow from this earth, whence we came from, is going to supplement the things that are needed in my body. I am not sure whether my grandmother knows that, because I read it in the book. Every seed, she put, if I throw it in the grass, she makes me to swallow it first to give it my saliva, because my saliva is my DNA. We watch TV, then they are complaining about paternity. Then there's a machine that they put in somebody else's mouth. Then they go to the kid and say, yeah, sir, we are sorry. This is not your kid. Oh, sir, congratulations. Hey, I guess we must also be able to point, some of the loopholes as well. Because even with our elders at home, if I went somewhere and then impregnated somebody else's daughter, then they say, yeah, this is McDonald's daughter. Then they look at the palm. I don't know. They just say, yeah. Oh, yeah, Nalo. Yeah. Then only to find that, the DNA. They say, yeah, you even walk like your great grandfather. That the DNA says, no. That's not, yeah. So, but that's what we learn, colleagues. And I think we need to question these things. And then there's no, just like Dr. Jochi will tell you, there's no law that is perfect. Even us as human beings, we cannot be perfect all round. So even with artificial intelligence, we should be able to look at things that are working within the medical side of it, within the legal side of it, and even the lives. Because now all of this is happening and then is being recorded as well. So yeah. Okay, colleagues. Even though I have powers vested in me, there are always powers above me. So I've been asked to give you a 5 minutes break so that you can stretch and then we can come back. Is that fine, colleagues? Are you still okay? And when the 5 minutes is done, colleagues, wherever you are, I'm going to shout in this mic so that you can be back. Thank you, colleagues. 5 minutes just for a stretch. Thanks, colleagues. going to be on Ubuntu as relational intelligence, whereby there's learning to read patterns of collective emergence with artificial intelligence. So I'll go on to read her bio. Just a moment, colleagues. Prof. Waganyi Hoffman is a global speaker and Ubuntu philosophy scholar whose pioneering work is at the forefront of integrating Ubuntu ethics into artificial intelligence systems, leveraging it as an essential ethical framework for ensuring that these technologies promote collective human values. This approach highlights how the African indigenous principles of interconnectedness, compassion, and dignity inherent in African ancestral intelligence. Sorry, colleagues, a moment. Colleagues, let's just pause while we sort out something, and then I will continue. I'll start from scratch. We just pause for a few seconds while we remodel, and then we'll come back again. Thank you, colleagues, and then you'll tell me, the colleagues from multimedia will tell me if everything is fine so that I can continue. I told you, colleagues, although I have powers today, there are those with powers, and Heather Western gave me the powers. So I listen and I learn, and that's intelligence as well, the skill to listen. Colleagues, is everything reflecting fine? Is everything fine, colleagues, from your standpoint? Thank you, colleagues. Let me just start afresh by reading the bio. And sorry, Prof. Hoffman, I'll just start from scratch. Prof. Waganyi Hoffman is a global speaker and Ubuntu philosophy scholar whose pioneering work is at the forefront of integrating Ubuntu ethics into AI systems, leveraging it as an essential ethical framework for ensuring that these technologies promote collective human values. This approach highlights how the African indigenous principles of interconnectedness, compassion and dignity inherent in African ancestral intelligence can guide AI to reflect ethical ways of being human, thus fostering inner well-being and planetary flourishing. Prof. Hoffman is the founder of the African Folk Tales Project, a digital repository of African ancestral wisdom, tales that are shaping an African indigenous knowledge curriculum co-created with teachers all across the continent. She has also authored several children's books and produced a storytelling podcast with African folk tales that provide an alternative understanding of the challenges of sustainable development. Currently, Prof. Hoffman is the lead PhD researcher for sustainable African AI design for the Inclusive AI Lab at the Center for Global Change, UGlobe, at Utrecht University, Netherlands. She is a global citizen with strong nomadic roots from Kenya, where she was born and raised. May we please welcome Prof. Waganyi Hoffman, who is online.
All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, Prof.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you ever so much for that brilliant introduction. And I'm sorry so much for the technical issues that we've been facing, but I think we're now all right, yes?
Yes,
I
Prof.
just want,
Yes, Prof. We are good. We're good. You're good to go.
Is my screen visible on your end?
Yes, Prof. All clear. You're good to go.
Okay, I'm good to go. Thank you so much. That's all I needed, the good clear. All right, so I will not take any moment to introduce myself. I think the introduction has been made sufficiently, and I am really grateful to have sat through some of the other presentations, and particularly I want to resurface something that Professor Kakata earlier said. She was one of our earliest speakers, where she cautioned against embracing AI as a new technology. And this is really interesting. It is very much part of what I want to speak about, because one other thing that was said was how AI, the question that was, the challenge that we were given is AI built in our image or in the image of its designer? So while this is not a new technology really, the question here that we need to really sit with is AI a new technology? And if it is, in whose image is it being created? And on that note, I just briefly want to share the work of Uyeosa Omorege, who's a Nigerian policy advisor for artificial intelligence and the founder of Avanturing, which is a program for disinformation, really debunking this myth about AI that I will get into in my presentation. And he says something really interesting, that AI is not new, and we've heard that from other speakers, not new to the African indigenous knowledge system, because the African knowledge systems that process information from large amount of data using binary computational technology have existed for centuries. For example, the IFA knowledge system that uses binary arithmetic. The binary digit bit is what later became known as a Boolean algebra for decision making. And this is a clear demonstration of the sophistication of the African indigenous knowledge system. So I want to just set the pace with that realization that we're not dealing with new technology here, but maybe perhaps what we need to question is the question of it being artificial and whose intelligence, as was earlier posed. So my presentation really is around how this Ubuntu philosophy, which is really the underbelly of the African logic of how to be human, is a relational ancestral intelligence that can be, if used well, and if embedded in our technologies, we then can create a willingness to see the whole, to have clarity together, because we're coming from a place of Ubuntu. I am the PhD lead researcher at the Inclusive AI Lab at the Center for Global Challenges, and my work is primarily looking at the ethics of design thinking for AI innovation all across Africa. So let's start with this image here that I put together. On the one hand, on the right-hand side, you see boats, individual boats in an open sea. That is a form of Ubuntu. We're all in the same open sea together. But we're seeing each other as fragments, as individuals in the open sea. And on the left-hand side, you see people around a baobab tree. We're all under the same tree together, right? And we're all standing in the same. So the baobab tree gives this sense of equality. Whereas the sea, it's well, very much every man or woman, every person for themselves, and the sea or God for us all. So I want to examine the dominant myth that frames artificial intelligence as neutral, universal, inevitable, and sustainable. And I want to demonstrate how these narratives are designed to reshape what we think or what we consider to be truthful, progressive, and equal in AI design and governance. So while we can agree that this is not a new technology, the way that it is being shaped, in whose image it is being shaped, creates these two ways of being human. On the one hand, we can be in the open sea as individuals, fragmented. We're all swimming in the same ocean, but we're all trying to survive as individuals. Whereas on the other hand, you could create an AI system whereby we see ourselves as all standing under the same umbrella of the baobab tree. So I draw my argument from indigenous African philosophies, and particularly Ubuntu, and argue that truth is inseparable from justice. In the classical moral ideal of truth, justice, and order, which we know is a ma'at, which is an African idea of truth, justice, and order. And that Ubuntu philosophy then of epistemology and ethics that are lacking in AI tools designed to optimize for individualism, as seen in that image on the right, individualism and further separation, versus what could be a beautiful technology, a beautiful way of engaging with this technology that's not new, that uses this logic of interconnectedness, all under the same tree. So the essence of Ubuntu philosophy, as we heard from my colleague and sister before us, Professor Mwagi Mazibuko, it is often captured in the saying, I am because we are. And I argue that this is a framing that would reground AI in accountability to people on the planet, rather than towards the profit interests of its limited investors. And we know that they are very limited. They all sit in a particular country, and they're all profiting from all of our data and all of our information that we have used, that has been used to train these models. And I build this argument on other talks that I've given before, such as one at the Sustainable AI Lab at the University of Bonn, where I spoke largely around the difference between African intelligence, or African computational intelligence, and generative artificial intelligence. With the African intelligence, it is always geared towards repairing relationships in the community, repairing relationships between human beings and nature, repairing our planetary flourishing. Whereas generative artificial intelligence is actually built on a completely different logic, which is really around profit extraction and profiting very few. So I want to reframe the concept of intelligence through the lens of this African relationality, contrasting extractive data-driven logics with community-rooted knowledge and practices. And my research is supported by critical scholarship from women leaders, contemporary ones in AI today and related fields, whose work I will use in my presentation to highlight how mythologies of technological objectivity conceal racialized and gendered harms, and then reproduce bias at scale, and further naturalize an emerging phenomena that a lot of people are blowing the whistle on, which is this idea of data colonialism. And I will also interrogate myths of sustainability, particularly based on the work that I'm doing at the Inclusive AI Lab at the University of Utrecht. So I want to interrogate that myth of sustainability and emphasize the material, labor, and ecological costs of large-scale AI systems. And I'm a big proponent, and possibly one of the first earlier people that spoke about the need for small language models that are based on small data sets that are ethically sourced and built with community in mind. So I want to look at that to highlight other methodological solutions, such as data sheets for data sets and broader socio-technical due diligence that then enhance transparency and accountability throughout AI life cycles. And there's a lot of people talking about this who have done a lot of research to see how practically this is possible, such as Timnit Gebru and others who are really raising the blowing the whistle on what's going on with companies such as OpenAI and Google, where they were working before. And finally, I want to incorporate indigenous AI perspectives using a framework that I've developed of design principles, of Ubuntu design principles that embed Ubuntu's relational clarity. So it's not enough to look at ourselves as cultures, diverse cultures, but are we seeing the same future together? You know, AI is shaped to even include different cultures, right? Or it appears to be inclusive in a sense, but is that inclusivity also giving us an opportunity to all be looking at the same future together? So I argue that it's not. So I want to look at how Ubuntu's relational clarity can be embedded in AI systems to focus on protocols. And we know what protocols are from that communal perspective, sovereignty, and the question of consent in human AI interactions. And so in doing this, I want to promote the idea of moral AI agency. And I use the word morality, not in the way that we have come to use it loosely as claiming to have moral higher ground, but I'm actually questioning the question of the nature of nature. Are we working with what is natural systems? And I appreciate one of our colleagues here who mentioned that from an African logical perspective, creation is always with nature. It's always with the natural systems. So I look at that as where the principle of morality comes from, that you have to build that which is natural and goes along with nature. So I position African and indigenous intelligence as the essential code of conduct needed to align AI's neutrality claims with justice, equality, and reimagine intelligence, and we can redefine the word intelligence, as a collective capability that promotes a flourishing future and treats all life on Earth, for all communities of life, with equal dignity. So we've talked a lot about Ubuntu, and so I will not rehash what Ubuntu is. And I'm obviously talking to an audience that understands Ubuntu very well. We know that it is this African ancestral intelligence, and I want to not generalize it by excluding other ways of seeing ourselves. But really, Ubuntu sits at the heart of what it means to be human. The word itself denotes this. And so I use it as a philosophy to say that it is a shared co-creation of natural human intelligence because it is relational in nature, and it is captured in this saying that a person is a person through other persons, or I am because of who we are. In this way, Ubuntu intelligence is recognizing all forms of intelligence as essential to our becoming human. And this then will include how we engage with artificial intelligence as part of this human evolution. So Ubuntu is the essence of intentional, or this willingness to be in relationships that promote collective growth for human and planetary flourishing. This is very different to engaging with an AI system that promotes more of the same, which is more of an individual pursuit at the cost of everyone else, with this mentality of winner takes it all. Ubuntu is slightly different. And so how do we move, though, as I said earlier, from seeing multiplicity, if we look from that clear perspective of Ubuntu, and we are looking at the world as it is, right? Reality as it is, not as it has been designed, with that extractive model in mind. Still, we need to get to a shared clarity. So I argue that it's not enough to say I have Ubuntu, or that I see you, or that I am because of who we are. But can we truly as humanity, look and see the same field or vision together. So Ubuntu as ancestral intelligence reveals patterns of reality that become visible when many perspectives are seen. So when we are able to truly see the other as yourself, and to see ourselves as part of nature, then we can get to a point of seeing the same reality and possibly envision a future where everything and everyone is flourishing. And it is a move from many voices to a shared clarity about what matters most. And I argue as well, as somebody else said earlier, that AI is just a tool. It is not the only tool in our toolbox. And this is what we can learn when you operate from that space of clarity. You can see each tool and what it is good for. And how best this comes through is through shared narratives, through the art of weaving different narratives into a shared vision. Ubuntu is often expressed in a lot of maxims, in a lot of proverbs, and a lot of stories that continuously engage with this idea of what it means to be human on your own, what it means to be human with others, and what it means to be all of us humans as one community of life amongst many other communities of life on the same shared planet. So it's this constant, continuous expression of stories of interconnectedness. Again, like I said earlier, AI is just a tool. It is not the only tool in our toolbox. If if you like building and you've got a toolkit, you know very well that you've got various tools to work with, and you can use any of the tools in your toolbox, and you can even design a brand new tool. So I want to shift this mindset from ChatGPT and other AI tools becoming essential to our collective flourishing. That where we're going into this space of a singular tool that can solve all our problems, and open that perspective, that aperture where we can see the reality of what other available tools are out there. If you're a gardener, you have various tools that you can use, but they're not the only tools that you can use for every single time that you need to be in the garden. So to recognize this potential, I want us to recognize this potential to build new tools with AI versus AI's potential to build new tools without us or for us, and tools that could be dangerous, which we have had all the narratives of fear, where there is AI agents that are going to take over the jobs that we have. Can we think differently? What does it even mean to have an AI agent? OpenAI just recently announced that they're going to be launching an AI pocket companion agent that will listen to everything. So now we need to ask ourselves, is that going to be the tool, the be-all, end-all for our experiences, our relationships, where you have something that is listening to every single thing that you say, every way that you're thinking, every conversations you're having with others? And what does it mean for the other person who doesn't have this particular tool? So I question that logic of the individual needs versus what is best for the collective. And now I want to move from this theory to action. I have been working, as I said earlier, on a set of principles, what I call the 5 Ubuntu design principles for what could be flourishing futures if we are looking at this clarified Ubuntu vision together, moving from multiplicity to clarity, having established our relationships as human beings from that Ubuntu perspective. So I use a lot of indigenous thinking or logic language that is closer to the earth. So the idea of looking at the roots of a forest, this is a relational interconnectedness. Imagine an AI system or a small language model that has this relationality is enembedded in its code. That in order for you, when you interact with this particular model, it encourages you continuously to think of how your prompt or your tool will enhance relational interconnectedness between human to human and all of us and the rest of the planet. An AI system that promotes purposeful interactions promotes purposeful interaction, as if you're looking at rivers flowing into the sea together, rather than imagining yourself as the fastest river going into the sea. Can we design an AI system that allows for different AI systems to interact? So if you have small language models, you have small language models in Cairo, you have small language models in East Africa, maybe in Kenya, you have small language models in South Africa. Can we find a way for these small language models to interact and share conversations, share data, share information about certain solutions that have worked in certain contexts? And again, somebody mentioned context. That's very important when you're building a smaller ethical AI system. Now, another one is the shared wisdom access, much like a rhythm of a drum circle. You know, when you're in a celebration or in any kind of ceremony, everybody can feel that rhythm. You know, it's not something you have to be taught. You feel it or you don't feel it. So this is another way, if you think of design thinking. Is your AI, is your small language model designed to enable, to allow for everyone that is using that particular AI system to access the wisdom behind it? And this is something that a lot of other colleagues that I have that are talking about wisdom in the loop. Do we have wisdom in our loop, or are we just continually, or whose wisdom actually is in the loop? That would be an even better question. And does it dignify all voices of the people that are whose data has been used to train the models? And another question that I have is this idea of dialogical design or a monologue design. And we've seen real danger with certain AI systems, ChatGPT, for example, where recently a child, a 16-year-old boy in California, actually took his own life because of the kind of conversation that he was having with ChatGPT, that then ended up being that he was sharing information about himself and the feelings that he was having, and he was having some kind of suicidal ideation. So the more he had this monologue, because really it's a monologue with himself, the more he got of the same. So there is a way in which these AI models are trained to continually reinforce the biases that you have, reinforce the thoughts that you're having, even when they're against your own well-being. So imagine, though, a model that is designed for dialogue, that questions your thinking, that asks you, is that a good idea or not? You know, if he was talking about suicide, that AI model should have been saying, that would not be the point to go, or should have pressed the red button to show that there's a problem between the user and the system. But instead, unfortunately, this young man ended up taking his own life based on recommendation from ChatGPT, which is really something that now begs the question, who is responsible? Who can we hold accountable for such a fate? So how do we move into that clarified Ubuntu vision that I'm talking about? So I have a loose Venn diagram here that I've designed to show sort of what I mean in terms of what it means to design with Ubuntu eyes. So what feels natural for me? What is my uniqueness? What is my individuality? If I'm an entrepreneur on the continent and I'm trying to design a particular AI tools, whether it is for medical purposes in the medical health industry, or if it is in education, or if it is in society or in government, first of all, I must interrogate my own understanding of what feels natural for me. And from an Ubuntu perspective, you have to interrogate yourself with the other. I am because of who we are, or a person is a person through other persons. So in the second circles, then I would have to question, how does it feel to others? This idea of empathy, shared spaces in different communities of life. How does my idea, my design idea, affect the flourishing of the community? And then finally, once we have established that interrelationship between myself and the other and seeing each other as the other, then we establish our own humanity. And as human beings, how do our technologies affect or promote life on this planet, because we know the birds are not giving us their data. We have decided what life outside of the very anthropocentric experience is. So we have created this world, or artificial intelligence now as we know it has created an image of a world based on a very singular lens of the human, and not all humans, right? So we can, that's an argument for another time. Is this a colonial lens through which we're seeing the world? And if so, we know what problems are that lie with that sort of lens, that gaze that looks at the world from a very particular perspective and not a universal perspective. So I'm prompting us to move. If we move with this Ubuntu eyes, if we see with Ubuntu eyes one as all and all as one, I am because of who we all are, then it is a shift from me, the individual, to we, that interrelationship, and us and beyond. And it begs, it continually begs the question, who am I? Who am I with others, and who are we together? And then who are we on Earth? Who are we on Earth in relationships to in relationship to the dolphins, to the sea, to the ocean, to the stars that my sister earlier was talking about? So this genealogy of Ubuntu vision moves from the personal to the collective to the universal, and continuously goes that way. So if you have a model that is built to see that pattern, then that's a different way of engaging with the world, and that's a different way of ensuring that flourishing is a continuous endeavor that is that we're all accountable for. Each individual is accountable for what happens in the collective, and the collective is accountable for what happens in the universal. So Ubuntu vision is a way of seeing our humanity evolving in that field of all possible combinations and relations, which we know our ancestors have been doing that through their divination practices. The Ifa divination practice, for example, is exactly that. It is the best predictive model that they had, back in the day. So it reveals the nature of our relationships with each other and also with the more than human world. But we first have to see each other with that sense of Ubuntu. We have to dignify each other as one and the same. So with this Ubuntu vision, we're able to see what is as it is right now, and together we can see that greater vision. So what can algorithmic intelligence, because that's what I call it, it's just an algorithm, what can it learn from our ancestral intelligence? It can learn that knowledge is lived, it's not stored. From an Ubuntu insight, from an Ubuntu perspective, memory is not archived, but lived in ritual, in story, and land-based practices, as we said earlier. This land that we all exist on is a thing that creates equality for all human beings everywhere on the earth. It doesn't matter where on the planet you are. We're equal because we simply exist on the same planet. So from an Ubuntu perspective, these land-based practices are the context within which intelligence unfolds for all of us. And so therefore, knowledge is embodied and enacted collectively. So the lesson for generative AI here is to move beyond decontextualized corpora toward contextual relational data that evolves with human and ecological systems. So here I want to quote, to reference the work of an AI superstar out there. Her name is Chilisa, who works on indigenous research methodologies. And she stresses that meaning from an indigenous African perspective is inseparable from lived community. So the community within which you live, I am because of who we are, creates the meaning of what the intelligence, the emergent intelligence is. And then the second way that algorithmic intelligence can learn from our ancestral intelligence is that ethics are relational, and we're all accountable for ethics. So truth and justice, the concept of ma'at, truth and justice and order are inseparable. That to know is to care, and to care is to act responsibly. So the lesson here for AI is that instead of embedding abstract procedural ethics, right, AI must prioritize relational accountability. If we are to build our own AI systems, that's exactly how we would build it. From this perspective of relational accountability, to ensure that outputs strengthen justice and community well-being. And I will reference the work of Ruha Benjamin, who critiques algorithmic systems for reproducing inequalities. And she argues for an ethics of accountability rather than neutrality. So accountability becomes the main way of ensuring that the system is ethical, rather than claiming neutrality, which we know that AI is not neutral. And the third way in which this algorithmic intelligence can learn from our ancestral intelligence is that patterns emerge. Pattern recognition is an emergent of wholeness. So indigenous practices such as, and this was mentioned earlier, the tracking, the San people who are renowned for their tracking skills, or weaving, like the picture that I showed there earlier, weaving baskets. These practices reveal coherence through fragments. So this is what I meant when I said looking through the whole together, which requires a willingness to look through the whole together, which requires us to see each other as equal human beings, to see myself in you and to see you in myself, and for all of us to see ourselves as part of the community of life on this planet Earth. And from this idea of coherence, seeing coherence through fragments, meaning arises from relational interpretation. So the pattern begins to emerge. If you look at those women who are incredible weavers, and my great-grandmother was one of those weavers from Kenya, you can see a good pattern based on how the weaving is done. And that weaving is relational, because other women will also chime in and say that pattern doesn't work. So this is the kind of relational accountability that we're talking about here. So generative AI models can learn from ancestral intelligence to move toward participatory pattern recognition, where interconnectedness surfaces rather than merely replicating correlations and saying this is who we are, this is how we're interconnected. And there's a lot of conversations around systems innovation that mimic nature, but I still question from which logic that idea of interconnectedness is coming from. Because from an Ubuntu perspective, we look at relationships as communal, right? We look at the human endeavor as an extension of the community. But if you're looking the other way around, what are the systems that you're connecting with? What are the networks that you're connecting with from an individualistic perspective? Timnit Gebru, who's one of the AI whistleblowers, emphasizes the dangers of large-scale pattern recognition when they are divorced from social context. Context is really important, the context in which you're operating. Therefore, small language models will give us more contextualized data. And she calls for AI that is grounded in diverse lived experiences. Now, the fourth way in which algorithmic intelligence can learn from our ancestral intelligence is that inclusion, even from an Ubuntu perspective, includes all our relations. It includes also the more than human relations. Part of the critique of Ubuntu is that it is human-centered, that we often talk about Ubuntu and we're talking only about the human. But my understanding from the Kenyan perspective, when we say Omundo, which is the same as Ubuntu, we're talking about the person and all their relations. Those relationships, when I'm talking to my grandmother, include her chickens, her trees, the river down that she fetches water from. All of this is part of the relationships. So we may not be talking about the more than human or the non-human relations, but they are assumed to be part of this human-to-human relationship. So animals, rivers, winds, and mountains are kin. They're not resources. If my grandmother understands the river as an extension of the water in her body, she would not poison the river, because she can see clearly that she's also poisoning herself. But if you come from an individualistic, separatist perspective, the river is separate to you. You have no relationship. You have no intimate relationship with it. You have water that you drink, and you cannot make the jump that that water is the same water in the river. So you're bound to extract from the river. So when we learn this, we understand that relational intelligence recognizes also the more than human as constituents in life. So what the algorithmic intelligence can learn is to incorporate ecological and multi-species data, designing systems that extend respect beyond the human. And there's a few groups, like one at the NYU, that is looking at the more than human life and how to give rights to the more than human relations. I struggle with that a little bit because it's still coming from a very extractive thinking. I think we still need to work with the human animal, and how we relate to each other, because then that will give us the idea of how we relate to the more than human life. So here I want to reference the work of another Indigenous scholar, Kyle Poise, who frames Indigenous ecological knowledge as essential to climate resilience, and she critiques techno fixes that ignore relational interdependence. Again, drawing from this Ubuntu perspective, relations as interdependent. And the last fifth lesson that algorithmic intelligence can learn from our ancestral intelligence is that collective intelligence is very specific and communal. It's even gender specific. It truly does depend from which lens you have experienced your own life. So women, as we know, are often the custodians of oral traditions and ecological memory for various reasons that I won't get into. Storytelling circles are inclusive, generative, and collective. So what AI can learn is that governance of AI systems must ensure inclusive custodianship. The story is not my story, it is our story, and it is imagined.
So, Prof, if you can hear us, currently your presentation has jammed. So it's holding. I don't know if it's the problem on our side or from her side. Did the system kick her out? Or, or network? Okay. No, we had some network issues, colleagues, while we were still learning a lot. Is she back?
That it's clear at the end, a lens that refracts reality as it is, and inviting us to perceive diversity as truth. Diversity is part of reality, rather than the illusion of truth that each of us would like to create, that kaleidoscopic perspective, my own perspective of diversity, rather than diversity as it is. And from this starting point, then we can explore how to see with Ubuntu eyes. Once we understand that there is reality is as it is. What we see is not curated. It is part of a living system, part of this interconnected way of being on this planet where we're all equal because we live on the same planet. That is the African philosophy of relational humanity. When we say, I am because of who we are, I am because of who we are as we are. And it's a way of honoring our interconnectedness with people, communities, and the more than human world. And so when we build from this ancestral wisdom, we consider how this clarity of Ubuntu vision can help us move from seeing fragments to creating shared clarity together, that we're not surprised that there's diversity in the world, in the human world, because there's diversity everywhere else. And we understand this from an African logic. It is ridiculous to even talk about diversity. Diversity exists. As soon as you look out into the field, you look out into the bush, you see a diversity of wild animals, you see a diversity of colors, of people. This would not be a design principle that we have to bring in, but it would be embedded in our way of being. And we do this with proverbs, with stories, which we need to bring back, and indigenous metaphors to imagine how Ubuntu can guide AI in designing for trust, for dialogue, and for flourishing futures, and how AI as a tool, we can begin to see it as one of many tools that serves not as an end in itself, but as part of the collective toolkit for sustaining life and community on Earth. And the reason why I have put that link there is, if you have the time today, I invite you to join me for the launch of the African Folktales Project, where we'll be sharing these stories with teachers across the continent to try and build a database of African stories that can build a new curriculum of indigenous knowledge. So we can start to make this operational. We can start to make these principles of Ubuntu something that children grow up as part of their learning, and not something that is outside of their daily experience. So thank you so much for having me. I hope that the presentation worked on your end. I can't see you, but I hope that it was all good.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Hoffman. Yes, the presentation, everything was well from our end. We had some glitches here and there, but all is well and good. Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, are we still okay? Are we still very much awake, colleagues? Thank you so much. Colleagues, Prof. Hoffman was mainly talking about Ubuntu. And then now when we come back to reality, we learn that Ubuntu also requires us to be self-conscious. In what way? Because it says, ka sepedi ba re, motho ke motho, ka batho ba bangwe. So now we have to ask the question, if Ubuntu, if we are to accept that Ubuntu, it says I'm human because my humanity is connected with your humanity, then I have to ask the following question. What are you? Who are you? Within the political sphere, if someone is involved in corrupt activities, that's what they are. And Ubuntu asks, I am because you are. Can I still say, because of what the activities that you do that are corrupt, do I have to associate myself with that? Because sometimes we tend to treat Ubuntu like it's that cloth at the door where everything goes. But Ubuntu is critical because it asks the question, if you are xenophobic, then I cannot be because you are. If you are kind, then I can be because you are. Because Ubuntu in itself encompasses individualistic and collective aspects, whereby one has to be conscious and one has to ask relevant question. I am because you are. Therefore, who are you? Because I cannot just identify myself with everyone. If I'm here, I'm spewing hate, I'm doing bad things here, and then that puts Unisa into disrepute. Are you because I am? That's the question that you should ask yourself. Because now people have said, no, show Ubuntu. That's why sometimes in my mother tongue, Kasipedi, when you do, even in Sizulu, when you do things that are inhuman, but hey, this person is not human. Because being a person and being a human are two different aspects. A human is deeper than that. It goes back to the soul. And I've never seen, on a graveyard where they say that R-I, R-I-I, something like, they always say rest in peace. So I'm hoping now when we move into the space of artificial intelligence, maybe they would say, may his intelligence rest in peace. Because within the African context, but we know that the African intelligence continues. And that's the beauty. We can criticize, hey, it's not written. Hey, it's not this. But the beauty of it is that it's alive. It's alive. And there's something that my father told me before he died. Because I asked him, Papa, you took me to school and I learned and I've seen, because he always complained about seeing the ocean. Then on his deathbed, I was like, my heart is broken because now you won't be able to see the ocean, and I wanted to take you there personally. But what he said stays with me for the rest of my life. He says, no, because you get to see these things, therefore I also get to see them. And that's the beauty of it. Prof. Tagata said when she was going home, people were not greeting her. We walk in 3 pairs. We never just walk alone. It may sound crazy to some people, but we as Africans, if you walk alone, there's something, there's something missing somewhere. But we walk in 3 pairs. There's always the ancestors, then there's me, then there's those that are yet to be born. So if you just pass me without greeting me, then you don't see us. It's always us. So let me go to the last speaker on the program, last but not least. I'm going to read the bio. Are we still okay, colleagues? Or do you want me to infect you with some of my energy as well? I can do that. Yeah, I can. That can be organized. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to read the last but not least bio. Our next speaker is Dr. Tebisa Ephraim Mabena. Dr. Mabena is a traditional health practitioner and founder of Mothong African Heritage Trust in Mamelodi Township, South Africa. Dr. Mabena is a multidisciplinary martial artist, activist, and former freedom fighter in the anti-apartheid movement. Dr. Mabena followed an ancestral call which led him to a 25-year journey to restore a portion of the ancient Magaliesberg Mountains in Mamelodi, which had become a killing and dumping ground. Responding to the atrocities of human nature, he cleared the land of the elements of crime and degradation, subsequently transforming it into a nature conservation site of prized indigenous medicinal plants. Mothong has now developed as a research site in partnership with universities, which Unisa happens to be one of them, and government departments, and boasts being a leading African culture and heritage site. Mothong African Heritage has received many accolades and has been the recipient of many awards, including the National Heritage Council's 2019 Golden Shield Heritage Awards in the category of National Living Treasure. Perhaps the most illustrious award received to date is the 2019 to 2020 National Science and Technology Forum, in short NSTF, South 32 Non-Governmental Organization Award, known as the Science Oscars. Dr. Tebisa Mabena won the award for uniting scientists, government, and the community through the Mothong African Heritage in Nature Conservation, Technology Innovation for Socio-Economic Development using indigenous knowledge systems and modern societies. Dr. Mabena, you may please approach the podium, and may we please welcome Dr. Mabena with a warm round of applause. Colleagues, the multimedia. Yeah, Dr. Mabena has got slides. Please help in flighting them.
Angibingelele icuphe ngithi thokozani bantwana bedlozi ngibingelela icuphe zenyuvesi ngiqale ngobaba uconstable nethimba lakhe ngibonge baba ukungi-invite ngibonge nokuba khona kuka-advocate Mahlangu ngibonge nokuba khona kuka Mntanedlozi baba uMakhanya ngibonge wonke umuntu okhona thina-ke bantwana bomthonyama ngizawuqala ngithi eyami presentation izoba the shortest presentation. Come here. Asizifundanga lezi zinto mkhulu, sondela phela ngi-too indigenous. Yeah. Program Director, I'm so excited. Uma ngizokhuluma nge-African intelligence ngiba so excited. Futhi nala ma-slide ngibona ngimoshela isikhathi. You know, abantu abadala ngiyabasaba, intelligence yabo inzima. But I will just go through the slide. Ngizophinde ngibuye nginibonise intelligence ekhona kulezi ndawo lenizibonako la. These bones enizibonayo. We're talking about what you call, let's talk about the role of traditional healers and the traditional medicine in the Western care system. Because I always hear people say we must integrate. It's not easy. Sometimes we don't want to lose ubuthina bethu. Sijahele ukuyo integrate. Because if you give me a stethoscope, ungifake ehlathini. If you give me a thermometer, ungifake ehlathini. The system engikhuluma ngayo traditional IKS. The system or discipline of African traditional medicine is constitute African medicine practitioners in African traditional medicine and the modalities African not being understood. Not being understood. It's either deliberately or angas. Right. Traditional medicine comprises of the following. It's got its own systems. Traditional medicine knowledge system, it's got some system inside. The survival technique, the value system, the cultural social belief system, the diagnostic techniques. Sazobuya lapho kuma diagnostic techniques. La njengoba ubonile kunamathambo siyawaphosa flow x-ray. You'll wonder why I call it flow x-ray. It's an art on its own. You don't go to varsity to know and read these bones. It's an art obelethwa nayo ekhona, intellectual property yayo i-ownwa yilo muntu ongaphakathi kimi. It's an art that is not imported, ngibelethwa nayo, isegazini. The naming of the disease found in African traditional medicine, the naming traditional way. We name these diseases ngendlela yethu, not borrowed name, not imported name. As you can see there, this disease we call about, or this sickness we call about Tlowana intlokwana. And that word, you cannot change it into Afrikaans. It cannot be ngoba ki Tlowana, wari ki kopeki. It's not right. And the person, loyo twasi lokutshela ekutshela ngale gama uyazi how to interpret ama signs and symptoms. Because the moment you change that name Kopeki, explaining Afrikaans, it's not changeable. This is another ailment. Mukhato, sifula. Babangwe bababulelang songa bazokutshela why we call it mukhato. You can't change it and say it's speed trap. Ukhatile ki speed trap. Remember our practice, even currently, proudly so. The history of traditional healing emanates good. Those who had no interest about this practice, they made it a point that it remains, even today, it remains under Witchcraft Act of 1957. This is a practice that is got scars. This is a practice that our forefathers had scars, mental scars. Even today, my government is dragging its feet in order to traditional healers to be actually fully recognized. Even if we have it, currently they are forming what they call Traditional Healers Directorate, but it's so slow. Go to China, go to other countries that they don't compromise their culture and their language. Why are we still behind? Why our traditional healers are still not being taken very serious? They've got their own techniques. They have got their own intelligence here. That is there. Studied, our forefathers had enough time to study the environment. How did they know that this medicine is poisonous or this plant is poisonous or not poisonous? I'll make an example. They had enough time to study the environment. They have enough time to study the insects. One intelligent insect that I can tell you, that is the fly. Nchi. Intelligence, marawubona inzimo waibet. That nchi ikhono reader, a person when he has passed away. It knows which organs hamutatlokofetsi inakogai itlashianela. We learn from our elders had enough time to study the intelligence of other creatures. And that intelligence, African intelligence, that is African intelligence. When I talk about the African intelligence, our people never lack knowledge in terms of using how to grind and pound the medicine, because they knew that the environment provides us. They will pound the medicine until it's powder. Look, the preparation of the material. done by a traditional healer, how clean it is. But the Act of 1957, even today, traditional healers are known as dirty people. Abayithandi. They are anti-environment. Yela. We are the teachers of the environment because we have learned from the environment itself. How did we know that the rain is coming? It's because our forefathers were able to study the environment. They knew when a certain flower is flowering, it's time for the rain, or it's time to harvest, or it's time to plant. Where did we borrow that from? Aren't we proud about our ancestors? Surely. Before and during the treatment, traditional healers will frequently throw his or her bone divining bones to learn if she is on the right track with treatment. Reading the bones is the most important part. And other people are not using bones. Other people are using a tool called Mankwa Nya. You don't buy these bones. You don't go to a butcher and eat the meat and you form your own bones. These bones are not borrowable. I cannot borrow these bones and say, go and make money and come back. The connection between the bone thrower and the bones is very, very important. Analyzing. When this bone has fallen, like this, you don't correct that bone. You have to be able to read that bone. Don't say, no, slip this way. Don't correct it. And that intelligence, that is intelligence. The compatibility of African traditional medicine with Western care system is the two systems of health care have a lot of incompatible areas. They do not have the same requirement of entry into the respective profession. Their code of ethics and code of conduct are not the same. Their theories of causation of diseases are not the same. How do we know what caused this disease? How do we name these diseases? The other area in which the two systems can be compatible is source of medicine, processing, dosage, packaging, marketing, patent and referral system, and patent history taking. Now, taking history. When you are a traditional doctor taking a history of a patient, you don't just take the address where you're staying. Our history taking from the patient, it's a family tree type of history taking. When you throw those bones, there is an art inside. What is your totem? The intelligence of entering into a person's history, the totem to other people as a traditional healer, the key to read the anatomy of a patient, the key, not to all of us, the key. What is your totem? Wahamang. Because there is a tree. Antiwa hao rakhadi ya hao umalume wako, they part of that family tree. That is history taking between the doctor and the patient. It's not about unagokai or feledi tsenapile addressing tsenakamol about love injection. Things to remember. Traditional healer has three important principles of treatment: prevention, finding the cause, and curing the disease. When you go to a traditional healer, I'm not a spokesperson for bogus traditional healers. Well, I'm talking about well-calculated traditional healers, elders. That is why sometimes our hospital zihlala zigcwele, because some of our people are not supposed to be there. And these hospitals refuse to accept that we are not the jack of all trade. There is no science that is the jack of all trade. Modimo o re bopila re fa eng, a re fa matlhale a o fapafapana, go be le ngaka mola, go be le professor mola, dipetlela tsa go be le barapedi ka mola, dipetlela tsa rena di overcrowded. Because traditional medicine practitioners were never given and recognized and given a platform. We don't need to go and robereka ko dipetlele. But if actually as traditional healers were given a platform and the resources, people are empowered. Hey, Renalobu Queen Mujaji. Vanisa Pula, Akir. Those are our expect. Those are our expect. Even SABC ya puta mazatsinyana ka weather forecast. Ya puta po itlona iskana. Ya puta because they ignore our elders. They are elders who don't treat, they are environmentalists. They are elders who don't heal diseases, but they can tell you. They are weather readers. They are there. Why can't our government create a very big platform for IKS practitioners? Why can't they listen to these IKS practitioners? Most of them have passed away. Pokredo Mutu have passed away. Remember, if an elder passed on, it's like the library has burned down. How many libraries have burned down? In each and every of us here, seated here, we've got elders who are very knowledgeable about different kinds of medicine and so forth. We have nutritionists. Bomme ba re apela ke bona ba di tlhotla ka mo ba tseba. Yeah, man. When I'm talking about indigenous knowledge, I'm not talking about traditional healers only. I'm talking about those nutritionists, your mother, my mother, who's always in the kitchen. Now, doctors and nurses don't share with patients about the benefits of traditional religion or traditional medicine. They can rather talk about faith healing, not harmful of it. The mixing of traditional medicine and the Western medicine is discouraged by doctors and nurses, and it ends up fueling tension and mistrust between us. Lack of knowledge of signals from traditional health practitioners. How Romela or just to need a second opinion, more doctrine. But we never receive any referral from a doctor. And if we were empowered as traditional knowledge practitioners, we were going to make referrals amongst ourselves. Because you know what? The target is not any other person. The target is the patient. We're not competing. Regulations are there. I'm not going to talk about the regulations and of the Act of 2007. If I dare pass the regulations, kisa practice under Witchcraft Act of of 1957. You know, it's amazing. It's so amazing that our knowledge holder was so powerful. Listen, we never had lie detectors before. Our people could read your eye, could read your skin. If you are obolela maka, they could just could read you through your eye, that obolela mark. There was no technology there. There was no breathalyzer there. And that good, and why can't we be proud about our elders? We are proud because they never lack knowledge. The causes of illness and indigenous. It is not always true that traditional people are unfamiliar with the working of anatomy and physiology. We know about that. I'm not gonna talk a lot. These are some of the things that causes actually moto alwale. We know about not clean of the environment causes there, but there is one thing. Go na le pulelo e tletse ba ba bolelang nonsense ka traditional healing, talking about witchcraft. Rena bo botle ha re bolela uloiwe. It needs nothing about me without me. I cannot go out there and rubbish your belief system. You teach me. Each one teach one. You know why? When I address the students who are doing nursing, I always tell them, our philosophy of health as IK practitioners, it has Ubuntu. Once you become a nursing sister and that there is no Ubuntu within, you know what? We are going to experience the already experience unko esitimeni. Yes, that philosophy of Florence Nightingale is good, but always have that philosophy of Ubuntu within, because the patient is always there in front of you, looking at you. You are the pillar of our country when I address these students who are doing nursing. Finally, how illness are diagnosed. I want to talk finally about, the issue of bone throwing. Others are using the seeds of some plants. Others are using rocks, stones. Others are using just by mere looking at you. These are gifts, and we're not supposed to have a problem. When our country was called, the world was called under the belt during COVID-19. I said, there was one plant that people talked about in Madagascar, and in South Africa we do have this plant, that muhlonyane. When does muhlonyane becomes muti and muti becomes herb? No language, man. When I give you muhlonyane raw material, it's muti. If my wife can find a package in my pocket at night and find it's muti, kiamuloya. But if it is nice package, you saw outside that exhibition, when it's nice package, it's called herb. You study herb. When is herbology? What is herbology? What is phytomedicine? When you talk about phytomedicine, you talk about herbology, you talk about this nice language. You're talking about some of these plants. Knowledge has been stolen from our people. Packaging it herbology. Ki study herbology. Ushuko kwakho lapha uyinyanga. Wathi hasha ulafa abantu. These are some of the things that It's very, very important. That's why in Mamelodi, just to conclude, we are trying to build what you call the museum of some sort, traditional medicine museum, where we can educate, conscientize our people that we learn from these animals, the environment that ukasiboni khomu in some meleke ibe iwunwe. Ukasiboni shlari se sintshang ba re keng a fruit has fetsontsha di fruit tsa yona si tope di fruits sidle. You can't learn. You must learn from the environment. When I say, "Wow, bona ukas bone khomo irna ka je ku kya change makhala kenya ko ba pudi." Why is khalela ma culture wa banye bantu? Why is funa kuba yinto esingasiyo? Why is it now this month is Heritage Month, and then after Heritage Month wapala dlalula nkube anonku we change it completely? Why is khalela ma culture wa banye bantu? Modimo re file our own intelligence here. Modimo re file malimi ka go fapana ga ona. Why singafundi from Chinese people? In that way, I say on behalf of those knowledgeable, Bo Credo Mutwa and the others, Bo Memu Jaji, Ngoksuga Nangamasigo, I salute them. And unfortunately, our libraries have burned down. And I wish these libraries can play such an important role, especially in trying people like Baba Salingteng Bafilwe, ka IKS, try to help them to write books. So that libraries must play a meaningful role in reviving indigenous knowledge, practitioners, and system. I thank you. I thank you. Just want to tell them what's going on.
Oh, okay.
Just want to play a small clip, just a small clip where check the speaker so too.
Speak.
Yes. See on. Good. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Just want to pardon me for that.
you, colleagues. And now Dr. Mabena does not care about his tools anymore. He's just leaving there. But thank you, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mabena. And I've been one of those who went to Motong heritage site in Mamelodi. I think if you do get a chance, get in touch with Dr. Mabena and then go see for yourself in terms of how the place was before. And then I've also been lucky to visit the Kara Heritage Institute as well, led by Prof. Matule Mochek. If you do get a chance as well, please go and learn. Yeah, because it will help you to rewire everything that you know about who we are as people. Colleagues, now I'm going to open the floor for question and answers. Let me see here. Needless to say, to many of you, the microphones in front of you on your right, if you press the button on your right, it's fine. Okay, no, we will use the roving microphone. And then please, colleagues, also help me to track the hands online as well, so that I can be inclusive. So, colleagues, it's time for questions, and then when you ask the questions, and then you must say who the question is directed to, and then I shall take the first round, the first 5, and then see where it leads us. It's time for question, colleagues. Are you still okay, colleagues? Are you still awake? Okay. And then it's time for questions, colleagues. I'm going to take 5 hands, and then you mention your name and who the question is addressed to. Okay, my brother's number 1. Can I have number 2, please? Can I have number 2? Before my brother goes, can I have second question? Going once, going twice. Okay, my brother over there, the second one. Is there number 3? Is there number 3? Number 3, number 3. Number 3, okay. Let me take the 2 questions and then you say your name humbly and then you say who the question is addressed to. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. My question is directed to Dr. Jogi, and I don't see her.
She has left. Dr. Jogi has since left.
But I believe you'll answer because you said you are colleagues. Should I put it or should I?
I think you can ask the question, and then because we also have Prof. Tagata, maybe she may be in a position to answer the question as well.
All right, thank you very much.
No.
Dr. Jogi mentioned that originality is the key for copyright protection, especially when using the AI. I wanted to find out or for her to clarify what level of input or direction from the author is considered sufficient for the work to be recognized as copyrightable. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, my brother. Second hand, go ahead, sir.
Okay, mine is actually just a comment and not a question. Maybe to add on what Ubaba Mabena was saying and some of the speakers that spoke before him about the recognition of our traditional healers. I think sometimes the other problem that perpetuates the suppression of traditional healers is being lumped with the evils of the world. And in Western culture, it is easy to, in any space of society, talk about evil. Even in church, you can talk about demons and so forth. In the African culture, it in the current society, it appears to be taboo to call somebody a witch, of which we live amongst in a society where there are witches. You even see it with the news readers, where a child in Cape Town was sold by her mother to a witch. But that person will not be called a witch, will be called a sangom. And this is where the lines get blurred, in a sense that sangomas are demonized. The name sangoma, a sangoma is a person who works with traditional healers. Sithi abantu abahamba ekhanyeni. Uma sesikhuluma sithi sicela kudede bomnyama kuvela ukukhanya. Let there be light. And sangomas, as part of traditional healers, are people who are walking amongst those who walk in the light. It is a problem when we hear about situations like that where witches cannot be called witches, but they are called sangomas. I just like to add to what Bob Mapena was saying, to say that is one of the things that we need to highlight and ensure that sangomas are actually protected. Gabo.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Oh, Prof Muchach. Yeah, the mic is right there.
No, Program Director, I just wanted to say that the non-recognition of natural healers, not traditional healers, they are natural healers because they derive their knowledge from ancestors and from nature and from God, is our Eurocentric education, which makes Europe and not Africa the starting point. Because when they talk about prophets, they will talk about the Jewish prophets, and when you pray to the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaiah, not the gods of Africa. Now, if you read, you'll find that the first prophet on earth was an African. His name was Nyambe, Zambe, Kembe, Kem, and Tau Tau Harama. In Greek, Tau Tau Harama is Thot Hermes. Now, from there, Thot Hermes had disciples. His disciples were called Bonabakulu Abasekemu, the most ancient ones of Kemu. And Kem is Northeast Africa, or the source of the Nile, where all African people, including ancient Egyptians and Ethiopian, originated. Now, from Bonabakulu Abasekemu, those were the African custodians of wisdom. Now they took the word chem and made chemistry. Now you go into the pharmacies, all those mixtures, they come from natural healers, African traditional healers. But they won't tell you that story because you will feel you are something. And now our heritage is even written in our names. Zambe or Nyambe, who is the first African prophet older than Moses and Adam, comes the word Zambezia, Zia meaning wisdom of the word. Whose word? The word of God. But they've replaced your God with a white man. And now you are worshipping a white person and you say you are Christian. And now Zambia, the land of the word of God. Now Mozambique, Zambia, the land of the word of God. So if we can go back to the teachings of Dr. Mabena here and the teachings of our ancestors, and listen to the elders, what they say, the idioms that they say, and stop saying that we are Christians, we are Muslims. Even the Christians, they don't even know the origins of the word Christ, because that word comes from harakte or xp acte. In Greek is xp ichtoch, and then it's pronounced Christ. There's no human being who's not a Christ, because Christ simply means the divine light and life in every human being. Now some people have made themselves Christians and excluded all of us. You can't be a human being unless you have the Spirit of God in you. Yeah. So the Spirit of God is in everybody. So let's go back to the roots. And the reason our traditional healers are not recognized is because our leaders have been indoctrinated by the West. So there are Europeans in black skins, and their images, they are not made in the image of God. They are made in the image of Europe, and that's why they reject themselves. So I think this input is very important. It should awaken all of us to become ourselves and not to become Europeans on the African continent. Thank you.
Yes, Prof. Kagat, are you in a position to answer the question that my brother asked over there? Are there any hands online, colleagues? Little help? Any?
Sorry, I made you run all the way to say I'm not in a position to provide a response to that, because the doctor was speaking from a perspective of European law that is operational in our country now. And your question is very specific, so I won't be able to say how much of your own originality is taken. However, what I do know is that from an African perspective, we look at knowledge as being constructed with human beings in relation with one another, as well as in relation with nature. We know this from the languages we use when we speak of our philosophies embedded in metaphors, in proverbs we use, in a lot of other sayings that we have in our languages. They never attributed to an individual, more so to a man, because in Western knowledge, knowledge is always, almost all the time, attributed to a man. It's Sigmund Freud, the father of psychology, and so the father of this. It's knowledge of fathers. To us, knowledge is knowledge of the people of nature. Our proverbs speak of mountains. We speak of plants. We speak of rivers as aspects from which to learn about ourselves, about our behavior. But in Dukwentli, they'll say things like amandla engwenya asemanzini, meaning that the strength of a crocodile is in the water. That speaks specifically to our situation where we were taken out of our strength as knowledge producers. We learn that because Dr. Mabena just said now, because our parents were observers of nature, were observers of life, they had time to see how crocodiles behave and what happens when it jumps out of the water, when it's no longer on its strength. So we look at knowledge from that perspective of co-created, using all the elements that are around us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. And then when Professor Mochecha, relates to Dr. Mabena's presentation, I remember as a child, I fell off a bicycle. Then I had a huge scar on my face. And they took me to the clinic. And then, they put some medicine and stuff. But the scar would not heal. Now you can't see it. It's actually the side. You can't see it. But as I was playing, in the streets, then there was this old man. I didn't know that old man. Then he just said, he pointed me to a particular tree. To this day, I know the medicinal value of that tree. I never forget that tree. He said, go and get the leaves of that tree and put them on your wound. In 3 days, in 3 days, those leaves healed me. Now the scar it was big. I know that tree, and to this day, I use that tree. And when it's pounded, Dr. Mabena, when it's grinded down into dust, it's even more potent. And it remains my IP. Yes. Yes. Because at first, I thought this old man must be very crazy. Because now, remember when you put the leaves, literally, I have leaves sticking on my face. Then he said, no, you just wait for an hour. You don't do anything. You just relax. Those leaves were able to dry. I don't know. They've got like some something, but they eat the dead flesh. Then the skin becomes dry. Day one, I was already seeing. And I don't think they have it anywhere in the pharmacy because I've never seen it. And then that remains my intellectual. I've appropriated. And colleagues, we have comments and questions from online. Advocate and Aluba, my colleague, asked that artificial intelligence is not artificial nor intelligent. And so, what is it? So I put that to you. And then also there's a comment from my colleague, Advocate in Taluba. She said, the critical risk that characterizes the AI platform is exponential in increasing the absence of any guarantees regarding data privacy embedded within AI tools. There are also comments from our colleagues online. With respect, Dr. Jochi, and she's not here at the moment, if our legislation provides protection from that accept of hoped, where on for, no, I think the typing here is, yeah, my English is telling me that something is okay. Let me read the second comment. The authorship and ownership debacle is a difficult one, especially considering the human authors and creators. There's AI that scrapes copyright and personal information from works now, and that is very dangerous. The system is failing us. The argument is also exacerbated by AI training on synthetic data, hence the scraping of copyright and personal information. And then there's also a question by Mr. Rampomani. The question that begs an answer is, what use is AI watermarking then? Then there's two questions here, colleagues. And I'm looking at the colleagues that are still here. Dr. Mabena is still here, and then Prof. Tagata is also here. The two questions begs, artificial intelligence is not artificial nor intelligent. Then what is it? Then the second question, what is AI watermarking then? So I'm going to throw that back to you, Prof. Tagat. Maybe you will be followed by Dr. Mabena, because you're the only speakers that are here. And then also, while you're at it, Prof. Tagat, you need to realize, colleagues, us also as academics, we publish papers, we write books, we write book chapters, we publish. But have you seen that long form that we sign giving our intellectual property rights away? If you have published and then you've signed that, if you read it, then you will understand that the work, after you're done, your name is there, okay, well and good. But after you sign it, it rests in the United Kingdom. It's no longer, you can be clever and colorful and have all the energy and stuff, but the work is no longer yours. That's the painful truth of being a scholar, because unlike Dr. Mabena, I cannot say that I own the intellectual property rights of my article. I do not. If I do, I own them together with a company that I've never even set foot in. And I've signed the papers because I wanted to be what? Published. Let that sink in. Yeah, and it's sinking in. Prof. Tagat.
Thank you. I really cannot answer questions on watermarking and things. I do publish and sign all of those things. I've never really read. but I think the aim is to have the work out there. About artificial intelligence not being artificial nor intelligent, we need to look at why things are named. And that will provide us all of the answers. As we speak right now, the real beneficiaries of this thing named artificial intelligence are sitting smiling and generating capital. And there is also that element. There is someone who stands to benefit greatly to all of these things, and they are the people who were actively facilitating these debates to shape especially higher education, because there is a financial benefit. They don't do it for show. And these debates don't just occur out of the blue. There is the financial side to it, which is the biggest side. I'm telling you, the day we would decide not to use Teams, we will see Bill Gates in person and other beneficiaries. So there is also that side to it where they would play with the naming of it. They will play with words to get us talking. So they know exactly how to make us their audience while their capital doesn't stop. And their only aim is to ensure that they do not stop the financial benefits of it. So as we engage, it's important to be cognizant of those facts, that who exactly are we feeding by engaging in certain debates, as I said in my presentation, because they are meant to benefit a certain people. Look at Skype. Skype has been there since more than 15 years. What happened to it now? It was replaced by all of these other technologies that are presented as new. So I think we're in agreement with most speakers today that most of these things are not even new, but they keep revamping the debate to keep us talking while they make a fortune out of us. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also a question directed to the colleagues online have written some comments, which I will read, and there's also a question directed to Dr. Mabena. My colleague, Advocate Ntaluba, said that this is to Prof. Mochekh, the veteran advocate Mochekh, peeling the onion of African prophets and ancestry. What a well of African wisdom on religion and culture. And then the question to Dr. Mabena. Dr. Mabena, what is your take on traditional healers consulting via cell phones?
I cannot be actually the right person to answer that. I'm not in the space of answering, and because I think the person who's using a cell phone to can answer, because we are given gifts in different formats. So we cannot say amadluzwe to our stretcher epambili. But that cannot be used by each and every Tom, Dick, and Harry, making money for the sake of making money. I will make it just an example. I myself, I cannot take my bones and move all over. You see me at a bus stop, the next time you see me at a taxi rank and making money, because my bones must be attached to me and the environment enguyo. Sometimes if I move away, they lose network, because underneath the house I'm in, there is the combination of that house and my bones and me. So if I move away, just making money all over, that's not me. So I'm saying this, I cannot be the spokesperson of other people. I cannot be the spokesperson of other person's religion. It's just unfortunately. That person who's using iPhone to diagnose a person far away, maybe it's her gift or his gift. I don't know. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maben. Yeah, you find that, in my other life, I'm a Sangoma offering. You call me, I tell you things. Then jiggy, you see me here at Unisa. Then you want to talk to me, and then I run away with your things. These things happen. Colleagues, It's 8 minutes past 1, and we've kept you here for long, and I think we should wrap things up. But let this be every presentation that has been shared here, colleagues. Let them be your take-home message. And remember, tomorrow we're still here again. And now, remember this, colleagues. In the olden days, when we were walking barefooted, we know that some of us were from not so good families where they couldn't afford shoes. So as we were walking barefooted, other people will call us poor. But I've come to learn that now they say that when you walk barefooted, some scientist somewhere discovered, oh, when you walk barefooted, there's actually, it's advantageous to the body when you walk barefooted. Then in the olden days, there were houses made out of I don't know how to say that in English. Cow dung, yes, because some things you can't translate in English. Hey, like how do you, they were smearing cow dung. Remember when I say smearing cow dung inside the house, and then somebody who's in Europe is like, what? What is this guy? What are they doing down there in South Africa? Smearing cow dung, things like that. No, that's what happens. But then we've come to learn that when we were, thanks Doc, we've come to learn that in those houses when they're smearing cow dung, there were health benefits to that. It repelled the insects. Hence, we did not have diseases such as your malaria and so on and so forth. So, colleagues, I'll hand over to the last person on the program who's going to do a vote of thanks. Let me just check the program. Okay, it's here. Yeah. Ms. Arpala is going to do the vote of thanks. And as from me, colleagues, thank you so much for listening to me. I know that I'm a very difficult person to work with, but thank you so much for listening to me and then engaging with me. And even tomorrow, let it be the same. Thank you so much. Ms. Arpala, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Dumelang. Ke morwedi wa phala ke kgadi ya dinoko. Ke setlogolo sa babina kgomo. Ke re dumelang because I want to salute who you are and your extensions. I have learned that when I look at you, I see you and your spirit and other extension to a point of seeing the river that is flowing near your house and all. As we conclude the first day of this thought-provoking workshop, the rise of artificial intelligence, African versus African intelligence, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made today possible. Ladies and gentlemen, let me commend Mr. Constable, whose vision birthed the theme that guided today's conversation. Your ability to see the need to connect the digital future with ancestral wisdom has opened our eyes that African intelligence does not operate in vacuum. To Dr. Marumo, thank you for your warm welcome and thoughtful opening. You reminded us that this is not just a technical conversation, but a conversation that is deeply rooted in the African values, culture, and purpose. A very special and warm thanks to you, our program director, Ntate Ramala, for keeping this ship afloat with ease, structure, and professionalism. You gave it a rhythm. Your snippet of intelligence, your sense of humor gave the conversation alive, and you navigated intellectual property, not only in the legal sphere as we know it, but you challenged us to look back into in Africanism. As a librarian, I must say, we must ask, if we are not adopting your style of reading and more reading, will we be able to actually intensify the African intelligence? Now, to the honorable speakers, thank you very much for imparting your knowledge with grace and authenticity. Prof. Sakata, your daring question, which anchored the discussion of today, whose intelligence is artificial intelligence? That in its own, it tells us the depth of your intelligence, and also it is still, one would say it was, but it still is a powerful provocation, one that reminds us that artificial intelligence is not neutral. Instead, it reflects the values and assumptions of their creators. And as we Africans must interrogate those roots. Prof, in a nutshell, you are saying African truths should be unfiltered and uncolonized. For us to truly resemble our way of living, of knowing, and of being. Dr. Jochi, in her absence, your insight into AI, artificial intelligence, and copyright were both practical and philosophical. You helped us to see how law and ethics must evolve alongside technology. You gave us a homework of always understanding that when we tap into ChatGPT, we ask, who is the ownership of whatever that is going to come out of this machine vis-a-vis who is the authorship of it? You also talked about computer assisted vis-a-vis computer generated, and that you link with originality. For me, it tells me that, which is why Dr. Jochi said, the terms and conditions of these machines are critical as you use them. Because if you write your assignment with a computer generated, you must then know that you didn't write it. And you cannot claim to be the author. And there's the Mme Moahi, also in absentia, you talked on the ancestral wisdom. And when she was talking about that, I was deeply moved. I do not know about you. You showed us how ancient knowledge systems can enrich and guide our engagements with AI, not just as a data, but as a living memory. Motho ke motho ka batho, she said. And Ntate Ramala also extended it to say, we must be careful when we say motho ke motho. I would not want to be a person who is corrupt or who is a gossiper. I'd rather be authentic to who I am. Professor Hoffman, your reflection on Ubuntu and relational intelligence afforded a new lens for understanding artificial intelligence, not as in isolated algorithms, but as a part of collective emergence. She talked about sophistication of the indigenous knowledge. And my understanding was that, again, that interconnectedness of when you see me standing here, yet you are seeing my spirit and you connecting with my ancestors and those that are coming. And you also emphasized the word, and I don't know, I was trying to count when she said SLM, because she was talking to me. I'm saying, when I'm using ChatGPT, again, to your point, Prof, what kind of answer am I going to get? Is it going to represent and contextualize my being? So it is important that we actually look, especially because we are in universities, we especially look into building our own SLMs. Dialogues, it comes with Ubuntu. When we realize that in the Western views, it's more about one-person monologues. So we must see anything that we do from the Ubuntu eyes. Dr. Mabena, your presentation on indigenous healing systems reminded us that knowledge is not only found in books, apparatus, and digital codes. It is carried in our communities, rituals, and living experiences or lived experiences. Because again, we are here, but there were those who were before us and those that are coming. It was important to me to actually underline and learn that actually in the South Africa today, the regulation of 2007, Dr. Mabena, it didn't remove the witchcraft of Act 1957. How sad. However, ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me when I say collectively, our speakers indicated that African intelligence does not oppose artificial intelligence, but it is a critical component of it. To the organizing team, your efforts did not go unnoticed. We're sitting in a beautiful environment. We can see it represents who we are, and we are so grateful of that. To the technical team, thank you for supporting both in-person and online participants. Your efficiency allowed us to focus on the business of the day. To everyone who participated in the Q&A session, thank you for your thoughts, thoughtful questions and reflections. Really interconnected the discussions of today. Finally, to all who tuned in on Teams, those who are here in person, your presence and meaningful engagement gave this workshop a heartbeat. Mutu ke mutu ka batho. I want to also say, my fellow librarians, let me talk to you through my library managers. Let us carry this burning question: what is the African truth? How is it documented? How it is written in research or interrogated in research? How is it coded in the systems? So let us make sure that the African truth is engraved in our institutions and passed to the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us carry today's energy and insight into tomorrow's session as we imagine a future where AI does not replace humanity, but intensifies the ancestral soul. Ke a leboga.
Hey, colleagues, I thought that was the last time you saw me on the podium, but it turns out I still have work to do. I'm sorry. Miss Sekhameti Molawa, please come onto the podium so that we can give a token of appreciation. And to the two speakers, Prof. Tagat and Bob Mabe. Siantela.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ms. Pala has thanked everybody from the heart. We are all appreciative of that. But I would like to thank our program director, Mr. Ramala. You did a sterling job. Merako hawa fela though. Tomorrow we continue, and I hope you will continue to do your best. I enjoyed your comments, very relevant, very interesting. You kept the discussion so much alive. So I am not sure, but I heard the Betty saying Dr. Mabena was not alone. He was here with Miss Mabena. Can she stand up? A big hand of applause. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. It's not long that we came back from Women's Month. We thank you so much for accompanying Dr. Mabena here. So I hope you are aware some of our presenters here have already left, but don't worry, we have taken care of them already. So let me come closer and give our tokens. This is our Ubuntu. Professor, they have already thanked you so much from the heart. Professor Kakata and Dr. Mabena, I'm just going to show our Ubuntu. Thank you so much.
And thank you, colleagues. We are officially done. Thank you so much. Ma'am. Oh, colleagues, wait. Just a moment. Colleagues, you know we learn every day. So I can't just say no, it's over. Yeah, you can go. So I was taught that you know there's water outside. Please go and wash your hands, and then and then help yourself. So whatever is there, please help yourself to it, and then thank you so much. Until tomorrow, colleagues.